today at Keeneland for the penultimate Saturday of this fall meet. Tom Leach, Scott Hazelton with you for the next 30 minutes as we'll take a look back at yesterday and preview today's card, Tom, which is a very nice card. 2 stakes races highlighted by the Grade 2 Lexus Raven Run.
And that's always one of my favorite races at the fall meet. It's exclusively for 3-year-old fillies, so one of their last times to run against their own age group. So you usually get a big field, well-matched group. That's what we've got here. So it's always a great betting race. And we saw Shamrock Rose come out of this and go on to the Breeders' Cup and win the Breeders' Cup Filly and Mare Sprint a few years ago. Now, that was just down the road at Louisville. I don't think anybody will ship to Del Mar off today, but it's a really nice field.
Yeah, looking forward to discussing that. We'll do that here in just a few moments. But also the Perryville, that's for the 3-year-old colts. They'll be going 7 furlongs. That's a staked race. We've got a $300,000 guaranteed late pick 4. The Hill is open. We've got food trucks, live music by Sydney Adams. So a lot going on this Saturday. And, I mean, just look behind us. Look at that shot. Look how pretty it is out here today.
Beautiful fall day. This is, you think the fall meet at Keeneland, the colors are starting to come.
Yep.
A little cool, beautiful sunshine, great racing. It just doesn't get any better.
We talked about the Lexus Raven Run being for 3-year-old fillies. Well, yesterday, as we look back to race number 7, Good Night Olive. This is a 3-year-old filly that you have to keep track of. Ooh. Look at what she did to this field. She earned a 93 buyer, geared down, finishing the 3/4 in 109 and 4.
And she is going to be something special for Chad Brown. That was tremendously impressive.
And then yesterday's feature, the Sycamore Stakes. It was a duel late between 2 Emmys who made the lead, did his workout on the front end, but just gets nailed before the wire by Spooky Channel. And what an emotional presentation, interview we had with Jason Barkley. That was his first graded stakes win, and it came here at Keeneland. I couldn't think of a better place to pick up your first graded stakes victory.
Horse that he claimed for $80,000 in the spring at Churchill. So nice return on investment, and special day for him.
No question about it. So yesterday was great. Today certainly looks like it's going to be a fantastic day. Before we jump into the card, let's check in with WKYT for this afternoon's weather.
Well, good Saturday, everyone. I'm WKYT meteorologist Allie Blake, and it does look like today for Keeneland, things are going to be a little on the chillier end. I mean, we'll see temperatures go from the start of the races right in the upper 50s. We'll get to about the lower 60s. Hopefully that sunshine can help to warm us up a bit. But if the clouds hang on, it's going to feel a little bit on the chillier side. So keep that in mind. But it should be rather dry and a good day for the races. And I hope you all have a good one.
All right. Thank you, Allie. Perfect conditions, as we mentioned. So come on out and join us. For those of you making your last-minute plans to come out here. Read that it is a sellout crowd, though, today here at Keeneland. So do keep that in mind if you don't have those tickets. As far as our full card selections, let's take a look at this 10-race card and see where we match up, agree or disagree, and
well, look at that, right out of the box.
Double. We're hitting the early double, Tom.
Well, this is the most that we've agreed. 4 of the 10 races, we agree on the winner. That's the most in the shows we've done together.
Instead of sitting here and scrambling and trying to jot these down, just download the Keeneland Race Day app. You'll have these selections on your smart device, your iPhone, your Android phone, your iPad, your tablet, whatever it is. Download it right now, and you'll have full card selections each and every day from Tom, myself, Gabby still turning in picks, and a host of other fantastic handicappers. Again, Keeneland Race Day app, download it right now in your app store. Social media, you can also keep track of what's going on here at Keeneland, including our picks at Keeneland Racing on Twitter, at Keeneland on Facebook, for Instagram followers at Keeneland, and then download the Watch TVG app. That's available on Roku, Amazon Fire TV, or Apple TV. That's your favorite connected device for your television at home. Once you do that, you'll have TVG2 anytime you want it, which means you'll be able to catch today at Keeneland each and every race day. Again, Watch TVG app, Roku, Amazon Fire TV, Apple TV. Download it right now.
And we're going to have Tyler Gaffleone talking about the Lexus Raven Run a little later, the horse that he's riding. But I caught up to Mark Cassey about the 2 horses that he trains in there, plus the one that he has in the Perryville. So that's at Keeneland Racing. You can find that as well. Mark was gracious enough to visit with me for a little while via Zoom yesterday.
Yeah, good stuff. We've got bases covered in all aspects of social media and the various ways to consume that social media. A couple scratches in the Grade 2 Lexus Raven Run. It's race number 9 on this 10-race card. The 6 Feeling Mischief. The 12 Just Read It. So down to a field of 11 and a quality group. Obligatory on the outside is the 3-1 morning line favorites. I went to a filly that I truly feel is an up-and-comer in this division. We've got the battle-tested runners from the summer running in those nice stakes races, for example, over at Churchill Downs or at Saratoga. But Zayn Al Arab for Shadwell Stable, They bought her for $1 million at the Keeneland September sale back in 2019, and she has shown them that she's been well worth the money in 3 starts. She broke her maiden on debut. She was defeated in her second career start. That was from September to April, though. That was her first 3-year-old start. But in her subsequent start at the end of August at Saratoga, near the end of that meeting, she put together a dazzling effort, in my opinion. We're going to roll it back. This is August 21st at the Spa at Saratoga, early on in the card, entry-level allowance race, easy to find those Shadwell silks. And Javier Castellano is going to track from just off the pace, and she will kick on to win this race by 2 3/4 of a length. They stopped the clock in 1:23 flat. She's a filly that has, in my opinion, done nothing wrong, and I think she's got a world of talent here today. I like playing horses that are on the ascend and moving into stakes company for the first time, that have earned the right to be there, because if she runs a giant race today, it's going to be a long time before we get a price that like she'll go off of, because the attention is going to go in all these other directions. So Zain Al Arab coming up the ranks here today, deserves the opportunity. $1 million Keeneland graduate. Johnny V's in the saddle, and Chad Brown is calling the shot. So give me her on top. Then I go to the number 3 horses, my second selection, Super Sensational. Here's a battle-tested filly. She ran in the Grade 1 test, the Grade 2 Prioress, won the Grade 3 victory ride at Belmont Park. So she has seen nothing but stakes company since she broke her maiden in her first career start back at Woodbine in her 2-year-old season. So you've got to respect her. And then the one horse, Shalimar Gardens, going to take a swing with this filly. She put together a strong effort last time out at Belmont. That was in a fairly slowly run race, but she just toyed with that group, winning by 11 lengths. They're taking their shot here today, and Horatio De Paz is a very good conditioner. She's a well-bred filly by Uncle Mo from a stakes-winning First Dam. So 9, 3, and 1 in the Grade 2 Lexus Raven run for me.
I ended up going to one of the 2 Belmont trainees in here. I think both have a big shot. Obligatory is the 3-1 morning line favorite, but I took the stablemate, Caramel Swirl, who's 7-2, and I think you may get a better price than 7-2 on this one, because this field is so loaded, and because her last race wasn't very good when they stretched her out around 2 turns at Charlestown. A little bit of a different kind of a track, going long. I'm going to forgive that race, and we're going to go back to a race that this filly ran here in the spring, and it's when she broke her maiden, and she was one of the most impressive performers of the entire spring meet. She just explodes in the stretch and draws off to win by more than 10. Off of this performance, they put her into the Grade 2 8 Bells on Derby weekend, and it proved to be too much too soon. So they regrouped, brought her back at Saratoga in a first-level allowance, and she ran a better number than she did in that maiden race, getting a 95 by her speed figure. And from there, it was off to the ill-fated run at Charlestown. So I think that'll inflate her price a little bit, and I just thought she has as good a shot as others I liked in here, and I thought I'm going to get a nice price, maybe 4.5 to 1, maybe even 5 to 1 on Caramel Swirl. So mainly for that price angle, it's kind of what led me to this one. Obligatory, her stablemate, I think is best at 7 furlongs, even though she ran well in the cotillion last time. I think 7 furlongs or a mile is going to be her best distance over her career, and so I think she's a strong second choice for me, and then Super Sensational's third. And there are others that I could certainly be talked into. Obviously, the 9 is looks like to be a rising star. So it is a well-matched group, as it almost always is in the Lexus Raven run. But for me, I'm going to try Caramel Swirl and hopefully get a little bit of a price.
Just looking at each of these individuals, that you can make a case for each one.
Yeah.
I mean, it's that good of a race. It might be the most competitive race that we've had this entire meet, in all honesty, the Grade 2 Lexus Raven one.
We always say great betting race, but you have to follow that with if you get on the right horse.
Exactly. Silla's part of the interesting conversation of this race, and you had a chance to talk to Tyler Gaffleone, so let's roll that back.
Tyler Gaffleone's aboard Scylla in the Grade 2 Lexus Raven run. Last time's your first time riding her. What impressed you in that win up at Saratoga?
You know, she had a difficult trip that day. I kind of got stuck behind the speed. I had to make some room and going into the turn, and she battled the whole way down the lane. It was a very impressive run from her, and just show that much grit, it really impressed me.
I don't know if you can tell this in one ride, but she's stretching out to 7 furlongs here. You feel confident she'll handle that?
Yeah, no problems there. If anything, the further the better for her.
And why is that? Something you felt under you?
Yeah, like I said, she just kept finding more and really just never ran out of gas that day. And even in the gallop out, that horse never got by her. And every time that horse came in and engaged her, she just kept finding more. I really don't have much of a concern with the distance.
Must be fun to ride one that fights like that for you.
Oh, yeah, you love those kind.
Good luck.
Thank you so much.
Scylla's the one that Tyler Gaffleone will be aboard in the Raven Run.
You have to pay attention to anything he's on right now. 19 wins, I think, going into either yesterday or today, but far and away leading in the jockey race.
Hey, he's had good meets here, but this might be the best meet that Tyler's had at Keeneland in the last couple of seasons. All right, that's the Grade 2 Lexus Raven Run. We've moved back in the card to race number 7. This is the co-feature for the 3-year-old Colts and Geldings, the Perryville Stakes. 7 furlongs the distance here. There are no scratches, so the field of 9 remains intact. And Soup and Sandwich, morning line favorite, making his first start since the Kentucky Derby, where he just did not show up that day. There's no other way of putting it. He was basically eased in that race. That's what the comment line reads, finishing last. But back to sprinting off the 5-month layoff. We'll see what he's about. And there's that guy, Tyler Gaffleone again, and he rides for trainer Mark Casse in this instance. $150,000 stakes race, race number 7. I'm taking kind of the same approach as I am to the Grade 2 Lexus Raven Run, going with a horse on the rise. And that horse in this race, to me, is the 8 Cool Quest for Brian Lynch and Susan and Jim Hill. He woke up last time out. That was a race in which he just put together an effort that is going to dazzle you when we roll it back. Let's go ahead and do that. Churchill Downs, 6 furlongs the distance. He runs in 1:08 and 3. He wins this race by 8.5 lengths. And the runner-up in this race, Hear My Song, is a runner that won yesterday and put together a very good effort in doing so at odds of 11-1. So comes out of a live race and he just pours it on. Look at the stride on this horse. I mean, he never misses a beat down the lane. Julian Leperoux, this was the first time that he rode him. I truly think that he's a horse you got to pay attention to. There was Hear My Song down on the inside, getting up for second, that winner from yesterday's card. So Cool Quest on top for me in the Perryville. The 6-horse Pipeline for Chad Brown, another one coming up the ranks, coming off of a maiden special weight win. Johnny Velasquez riding the son of Spitestown here today, so I'll take my shot with him underneath. And then Soup and Sandwich. I truly don't know what to do with him. It's more of a defensive play. I really don't know what version of Soup and Sandwich we're going to get here today.
And that's a valid point because of the long layoff and what we saw last time in the Derby. I did talk to Mark Casse. He had this spot picked out for a long time. Wanted to bring him back. He doesn't necessarily think he's a one-turn horse for sure, but he wanted to bring him back against horses his own age, 3-year-olds, and also thought that the horse is much bigger and stronger now than he was. So that's the one that I'm going to go with in the Perryville. Bark said he didn't like the 1-hole for this horse, but Gaffleone's riding as well as anybody right now. So Soup and Sandwich is the one that I settled on. And the race we're going to look at is a race from late January down at Gulfstream Park. This was the maiden breaker for Soup and Sandwich. And it's going to be a very easy, impressive win here. But the reason I picked this race to show is that it was his debut, which tells you that this horse can get ready to fire a big shot off works, which is what he's being asked to do here, having not run since the first weekend in May. So Soup and Sandwich is going to be my pick in the Perryville in what looks to be a really, really good renewal of this race. Picking time was second in the Gallant Bob, Grade 2 Gallant Bob, to Jackie's Warrior last time. And then Runaway Magic, I thought, was really impressive last time. It proved for Tom Drury, and if he continues to improve, might have a big shot in here. And I think I'd have to take a long look at Cool Quest, too, off just what you mentioned with the runner-up coming back to win yesterday when I handicapped, didn't have that to factor into it. So I think that's one I think I would take a look at as well in this race. Couple of notes. Live Oak Plantation is Charlotte Weber, the owner of Soup and Sandwich, and also they've got a filly in the Raven Run, and they could get the Keeneland Silver Tray, one of the milestones for stakes wins here at Keeneland, if they win this race or the other one. And I look back on the Perryville. It has been run most recently twice on Breeders' Cup undercards here. It was a fixture back in the first 2000, 2010 in that area. I went back and looked. This was where Midnight Lute in the Perryville won his first stakes race.
Really?
Here at Keeneland. Went on to win 2 Breeders' Cup sprints. So maybe somebody will come out of this and win next year's Breeders' Cup sprint.
It's possible. There's some good horses in here. You mentioned Charlotte Weber, Soup and Sandwich. The reference there, Campbell Soup.
Right.
Therefore, she is from the Campbell Soup family there. So that's where you'll see a lot of super sensational, a lot of soup references when it comes to Live Oak Plantation runners. And that's how you get Soup and Sandwich today. And that's how he got his name a few years back. All right, that's the Perryville Stakes. That's the Grade 2 Lexus Raven Run. Now time for us to dive into our key races of the day. And we will start with race number 8. This 8th race, a solid allowance race. Been one of the many hallmarks of this meeting here, getting together these stakes quality runners. Big Agenda is in here at 5-2 on the morning line. There's Gaffleone again. Pirates Punches is the one scratch, so field of 11. Mr. Dumas, he's a past winner here at Keeneland, but a busy channel on the outside. The 11 horse is where I land for Larry Ravelli and Patricia's Hope. Rider change there to Gerardo Corrales, so make note of that in your program. But this is a gelding that they tried him over at Kentucky Downs last time out. I feel like a broken record when we refer to these races. They like it or they don't. They run well or they don't. You give them a pass if they don't. So that's what I'm doing here. He ran in the Mr. D Stakes, the race that 2 Emmys was able to steal out on the front end. He was trying to be part of that pace, but backed it down. I think a mile and a quarter might have been extending it a little bit too far for him. But I go back to his Arlington Handicap victory, Grade 3 event, a mile and 3/16 on this day. He tracked just off the pace and showed some strong finish, and we'll roll it back for you. And the thing that you got to keep in mind, he's beating a next out winner, another mystery, and he's also beating 2 Emmys who would come out of that race and win the Grade 1 Mr. D Stakes on Million Day at Arlington Park. So down on the inside, great ride by Jareth Loveberry, who was scheduled to ride him, but Gerardo Corrales, a perfect fill-in for this kind of a horse, in my opinion. So busy channel, I think is very live today. And English Channel, that stallion, I have grown to love him over the course of this year. He stands just here next door to us at Calumet Farm. His horses, you have to be patient with them. When they're 4 or 5-year-olds, they really start to come on. And we saw that top 2 finishers in the Sycamore yesterday, Spooky Channel and 2 Emmys, both sons of English Channel. Here's the son of English Channel. So the older they get, the better they get as far as that breeding is concerned. I like him on top. Then I go to the number 5 horse, Mr. Dumas, coming off of dirt try. They shipped him over to Colonial, but I think coming back here to Keeneland will unlock something for him, and now with Johnny Ortiz and Raylu Gutierrez. And then you have to include Big Agenda for Gaffleone and Mike Maker in here, coming off of a victory at Kentucky Downs, but he's got prior form as well that you can lean on. So good 8th race, good allowance race here today, part of that late pick 4, late pick 5.
My other key race is going to finish up all the horizontal wagers, including the Keeneland Turf Pick 3 that starts in the 5th race today. And going to go to the very last race, the 10th. You've got a couple of scratches, 3 scratches out of here. Takes it down to a field of 9. So may hurt my price on the horse I like, Ginsburn, but I like this one a lot. Ran last time in the Bruce D, which used to be the Secretariat. Now they've reduced it to a mile. And it was a Grade 1 stake, but really didn't have a Grade 1 field. It was basically almost a first-level allowance race. So I picked Ginsburg in that race off the maiden effort that we're going to take a look at from Ellis Park. Rusty Arnold sent this horse out in July, and just where we picked this up, he had just gotten out of being boxed in down on the rail. Swings out wide, and watch how this horse kicks it into gear. Reaching out, drops that head, reaches out with those long strides, and it's basically just the horse being hand-ridden to the finish for much easier than it looks victory. And I was so impressed with this performance that I took the horse and in the Bruce D next time. Pace was really slow, and he seemed to be just a little bit rank in that race, and I think he'll get a little more pace in here, and he could more naturally settle in and then see that finishing kick like we saw in the maiden breaker at Ellis. And I think Ginsburn, I actually considered singling this horse in horizontal wagers. Love him a lot in here, but if he doesn't win, then I think it's really wide open. So I took Healing next, and the angle here's Healing's actually I have 5 wins in a field where most of the horses have just 1. And then Wing Commander moving into the Shug McGahee barn, I thought was intriguing in this spot as well. But Ginsburg is one I like a good bit in the last race today.
I do as well. I love that horse in that race. I think that price is, I think it's going to come down considerably.
I'm afraid you're right.
There's a lot of people on Ginsburg today, and even more so here as we move over to the Clocker Report. Let's roll the animation. Clocker Report starting in race number 2 with the number 6 horse, Top Gun Girl. She worked a half mile in 47 and 3. That was the best of 26. has had a bit of time off, narrow Saratoga loss at the trip, this trip huge, and seems to have this field over a barrel. And there's Ginsburg again. Just keep clicking down those odds for the nightcap on this number 5 horse. 48-2 on the 18th, and has been fresh in trainer 21% with this type of layoff. Huge class relief.
I watched, my dad and I many years ago, watched a horse here at Keeneland have a horrible trip long before you could had access to so many resources to watch replays. So we wanted to go watch the horse next time and cash a nice bet. Horse shows up in the entries at Churchill Downs. We parked the car. The guy who parked the car gave us the horse, as did about a half a dozen other people, until he opened at 6-5 on the first click.
Did he win?
He won for fun,
okay.
But we just didn't break the bank, and I kind of am feeling that Ginsburg is headed the same way.
All right, late pick 4, guaranteed at $300,000. What's the approach?
I'm going to single the second leg. Big Agenda came off a layoff with a really nice runaway win down at Kentucky Downs. Got a 94 buyer for Mike Maker. Source has had a little case of second-itis, but since moving into the Maker barn, has won 3 out of 6. So maybe he fixed that. So I'm going to go deep all around. And single Big Agenda. So I've got 4 horses in the first leg, led by Soup and Sandwich. Going to go 4 deep in the Lexus Raven run, and probably after looking at Cool Quest, should add even 1 more there. And then in the last leg, I'm going 5 deep because if Ginsburg doesn't win it, gets a bad trip or something, then I think it's really wide open. But I like Ginsburg a lot in there. So $40 ticket for me, singling Big Agenda.
I'm going to tackle the turf pick 3, $3 minimum wager. Starts with race number 5, races 5, 8, and 10. The turf pick 3 today, and using 2 in that first leg. Caveat emptor for Jimmy Toner. Finally broke his maiden last time out, but he had been running against some tough company, including his debut. He ran against Gear Jockey, who's en route to a Breeders' Cup test just in a few weeks' time, and the 7-horse War Machine. You got to respect that race that he comes out of at Del Mar. That was a race that produced Crew Dragon. Crew Dragon, the sale topper at the Keeneland April sale, moved out west and put together some strong runs. So that 4th beaten half a length on War Machine in the 5th has to be respected. As far as race number 8 is concerned, scrolling ahead, a couple of races on the card. The 8th race, I'll go 4, 5, and 7 with the 4-horse Big Agenda, the 5 Mr. Dumas, and then the 7-horse, the 11-horse, my apologies, that's Busy Channel, that runner for Larry Ravelli, who comes from those good races up in Chicago. And then in the nightcap, Ginsburg, absolutely. I, too, considered singling him, but I'm backing myself up with the number 4-horse Healing for Maker and Gaff Leone. It's just scared to leave him off. I mean, it's just the way that you think about these. Like, can I really do it? Should I do it? Maybe not. It's going to cost a few more dollars. So $36, well worth the investment, the way that these pools have been with the all-turf pick 3. All right.
My best angle, I'm
going to start with race 6.
Yes.
We'll start with
Go
race
ahead.
number 6. Another really nice allowance race on today's card, and this race features Mystic Knight, the number 4-horse for Peter Brandt, 3 Chimneys Farm, and trainer Chad Brown coming over from Saratoga back to Keeneland, first time since his debut. But I like Beau Luminary. It's going to just be a straight $20 win wager on this horse who comes out of tough races, and he simply always shows up. And we're going to take you back to his run at Ellis Park in the Tri-State. He ran into a horse by the name of Shared Sense, a Godolphin runner who's a very good runner. You can see he's 3 wide at this point in time. He ends up finishing second, only beaten 3/4 of a length. Looks like here maybe he's going to get the win, but he kind of ducks in a bit. That might have cost him some momentum as Chris Landeros had to straighten him out. But this is a gelding that also ran a good race last spring here in the Ben Ally to Silver Dust, that nice Steve Asmussen runner. So the pace is the interesting aspect of this race. You've got a mile and a 16th. You've got that first wire finish. Who can control the race? It's likely that Candy Tycoon will, but he's going to get a significant class test today. That's the 7-horse out of the Norm Cassie barn, and the Cassie runners have all showed up this meet at Keeneland. But I think Beau Luminary, his class prevails today in race number 6.
My best angle is a horse you actually mentioned when you did your pick 3 ticket. That's War Machine. War Machine by Warfront, trained by Mike Stidham for Mount Brilliant Farm. And 7-2 in here. It's a field of now 11 with a scratch. So second choice, and Caveat Emptor ran 89 buyer in breaking his maiden. So people tend to focus on those buyers. His buyer higher than War Machine's in here. So I think we may get a decent price on War Machine, legit second choice. And let's go to a race out at Del Mar for Mike Stidham. This was a first level allowance race that was really more like a stakes race because The winner of this race, Crew Dragon, had run second in the Oceanside. The runner-up in this race came back to finish in the money integrated stake at Del Mar. And War Machine, very game, finishes fourth, just beaten a half length in here. And this is a much better field than it may look on paper when you see allowance there. So I think this one is very, very dangerous. It has a great shot to beat the favorite in race 5 that starts the Keeneland Turf Pick 3. And so for my wagering strategy, it's going to be 3 $10 doubles, 3 horses I like in the next race. You mentioned Candy Tycoon, Bourbon Calling, Mystic Knight. I think one of those 3 wins the next race, the 6th. So I'm going to single War Machine with those 3 in doubles, and hopefully War Machine can get the money and give me 3 live shots in the next race.
All right, your long shot pick of the day. Where are you taking us for this one?
Going to race 8 and swinging for the fences today.
There it is.
Beat Leban at odds of 30 to 1. Got a bad start last time and was 8th, beaten 8 in the race at Kentucky Downs, the TVG Stakes. But the winner of that race was In Love, who came back to take the Grade 1 Keeneland Turf Mile here. The time form ratings for this horse stack up well when you adjust them for the buyer figures. So it came out of the Andre Fabre stable over in France. So running in some Group 2, Group 3 company over there. So I just thought 30 to 1 was an overlay on this horse, given those factors, and worth taking a shot at to maybe just hit the board at least, and maybe get all the money at 30 to 1 or better, hopefully.
This is the second time in the last 12 hours that I've been tipped on this horse's long shot. Yeah, live long shot. There's a group out here today. Enjoy yourselves, and they know exactly what I'm talking about. First time Lasix on Beat Leban. He's an across-the-board play at least. For Tom, I'm Scott. Enjoy this stacked card today here at Keeneland.
The November sale is a destination event for buyers and sellers around the world.
The ambiance during the September sale was incredible.
As we move into Keeneland November, I think people will find a new experience, a new atmosphere, new optimism. Anybody who participates, buying and selling, when they participate in Keeneland, they're reinvesting in the industry. That is the mission. It allows us to build for the future, and the future is bright.
The future is bright at Keeneland November.
Together from every corner of the globe in pursuit of the one reward that sets the special few apart, the title of World Champion. Don't miss racing's ultimate coronation, the Breeders' Cup World Championships at Del Mar, only on NBC.
Start your journey in a new Toyota. Where you end up is up to you. With 15 different all-wheel drive Toyotas to choose from, the possibilities are endless. Head to the trails in Avenza. Find a fishing hole with RAV4. Just have fun in a Tacoma. Hit the slopes in the family-size Sienna. Or get a grip on the road in the all-wheel drive Camry. All come with the traction you need for confident driving. Any road, any weather. Your adventure. Your Toyota. Toyota. Let's go places.
Ladies and gentlemen, Keeneland is delighted to welcome the Kentuckians Chorus to the paddock. Based in Lexington, the Kentuckians Chorus is part of the Barbershop Harmony Society, over 800 chapters throughout the United States and Canada. First, my old Kentucky home.
Oh, the sun shines bright on my old Kentucky home. 'Tis summer, the old folks are gay. The corn tops ripe and the meadows in the bloom, and the birds make music all the day. Oh, the young folks roll on the little cabin floor, all merry, all happy and bright. By and by, hard times come a-knocking at the door. Then my old Kentucky home, good night. Weep no more, my lady. Oh, weep no more today. We will sing one song for my old Kentucky home. For my old Kentucky home. Far away, far away.
Ladies and gentlemen, please rise for our national anthem.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets' red rockets glare in the air gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Keeneland is proud to recognize Luke Hartman from Concessions as the Employee of the Day. Congratulations, Luke.
In the event of an emergency, Keeneland is dedicated to ensuring the safety of our patrons. This video illustrates the proper evacuation protocol from all locations in the Keeneland Grandstand facility. Depending on the nature of the emergency, directions may be altered. Please remain calm and follow the direction of guest services and security personnel. Patrons should never use elevators during an evacuation. Patrons in the corporate boxes, Eclipse Room, and Phoenix Room should exit using the stairway located near Elevator A. Proceed down the stairs to the ground floor and veer right to exit through the lower club entrance. Patrons in the Lafayette Room, Keeneland Room, Lexington Room, and Kentucky Room should exit using the stairway located near Elevator B. Proceed down the stairs to the ground floor and exit through the paddock area using the East Gate. Patrons in the third floor main clubhouse and clubhouse paddock dining rooms should exit using the stairway located near Elevator A. Proceed down the stairs to the ground floor and veer right to exit through the lower club entrance. Patrons in the Bluegrass Room and third floor ITW area should exit using the stairway located near Elevator B. Proceed down the stairs to the ground floor and exit through the paddock area using the East Gate. Patrons in the Finish Line Room and Green Room should exit using the stairway leading to the North Terrace. Proceed down the stairs to the second level and through the doors outside. Proceed down the stairs to the ground level and exit through the North Gate. Patrons in the outside reserved grandstand seats and boxes should proceed down the nearest stairway to the ground level. Proceed under the grandstand towards the paddock area and exit via the nearest point of exit, the South Gate or the East Gate. Patrons in the second floor main clubhouse dining room and Life Members Room should exit using the stairway on the south side of the administrative offices. Proceed down the stairs to the ground floor and exit through the South Gate. Patrons in the second floor clubhouse paddock dining room and clubhouse tavern should exit using the stairway located near Elevator A. Proceed down the stairs to the ground floor and veer right to exit through the lower club entrance. Patrons in the mezzanine bar and second floor ITW area should exit using the stairway located near Elevator B. Proceed down the stairs to the ground floor and exit through the paddock area using the East Gate. Patrons in the sports bar and cantina should exit through the doors leading to the North Terrace. Proceed down the stairs to the ground level and exit through the North Gate. Patrons in the lower club, clubhouse lawn, club lobby, and director's room should proceed toward the clubhouse parking lot using the nearest point of exit. Patrons in the gift shop should proceed toward the South Gate using the nearest point of exit. Patrons in the apron area should proceed under the grandstand towards the paddock area and exit via the nearest point of exit, the South Gate or the East Gate. Patrons in the equestrian room and first floor Brats and Brew should proceed towards the North Terrace and exit through the North Gate. Patrons in the paddock area and North Terrace should proceed toward the nearest point of exit, the South Gate, East Gate, or North Gate. After evacuating the facility, please remain calm and follow the direction of guest services and security personnel in the safest route to return to your vehicle. Thank you for your attention and cooperation.
And they're off. Coastal Chaos, pinch hitter. Both have early speed. They both come to the front as a team at the first turn. Sergeant Barger gets away to join them. A close-up third. Bellinger bumping there with baton into the first turn. Ready Pursuit tries to swing by to their outside. Successfully clears that traffic. Now moves by on the far outside. Does Ready Pursuit to put a head in front from Sergeant Barger around the first turn. Second gap of 2.5 to Coastal Chaos toward the inside in third. Bellinger fourth between horses. Baton fifth up on the far outside. Glissado is sixth. Pinch hitter back toward the inside is seventh. Then a gap of 3 more lengths. Tis a Big Mick travels in eighth. Mathman is in ninth. Group 18 is 10th. Requisition 11th. Unified Star is last of the 12. Opening quarter went in 23 seconds flat. Ready Pursuit against the rail leads at 3/4 of a length. Sergeant Barger second by 2. Coastal Chaos is third a length. Bellinger is in fourth. And then Baton is in fifth. Pinch hitter sixth toward the inside. Still running 7 lengths from the lead. 47.62 seconds the time for the opening half mile. Ready Pursuit, the leader 3/4 of a length onto the far turn. And Sergeant Barger trying to keep up but losing some ground to the leader in second. Coastal Chaos being asked for more now from third. Now taking second. 5 lengths off the lead at the quarter pole though. And then Pinch hitter tries to get going behind him. He's still nearly 10 from the front to the top of the short stretch. Ready Pursuit is the leader. Ready Pursuit is on top by 5 off the far turn. Coastal Chaos second by 3. Pinch hitter is in third position. Further back, Tis a Big Mick, and then Group 18 on the outside, then Requisition in sixth. Final furlong, Ready Pursuit. Coastal Chaos coming with Bellinger, but running out of time. Ready Pursuit. There's Coastal Chaos, and then Pinch hitter. It is Ready Pursuit hanging on to win it. Coastal Chaos did hang on for second by a head over Pinch hitter in third. Further back's going to be close. Tis a Big Mick or Requisition then for that fourth spot. Winner's circle for Keeneland's second race, number 10, Ready Pursuit, owned by WSS Racing LLC of William Simon, trained by John Ortiz, Raylu Gutierrez. And they're off. Magical Peapod from the inside out for the lead. Invaluable has early speed as well. Bethabara and then Henny's Crazy Train up on the outside. Invaluable now to the front. Invaluable toward the inside has the lead only by a neck. Henny's Crazy Train is alongside in the second position. Miss Moonpie third far outside. Magical Peapod kicks in again, starts scooting up a closer fourth. Now to press the issue, a half length off the lead. Front four in a line, then a gap of 2 lengths. Persisto, who is next to last, and Bethabara, who is now the trailer as they head for the far turn. Still a 3-way shuffle up front, 22.86 seconds for the opening quarter. Invaluable against the rail leads it ahead. Here's Henny's Crazy Train right alongside. Miss Moonpie caught wide third. Half length off the front pair on the far turn. Persisto moves up in fourth toward the center of the track. Fourth by just a neck. Magical Peapod is in fifth. Bethabara last of the 6 as they come off the far turn toward the quarter pole. Invaluable and Henny's Crazy Train still side by side for the lead. Persisto tries to join them. Magical Peapod. Miss Moonpie has lost some ground. And then Bethabara wide at the back, 5 from the front. Henny's Crazy Train has the lead by just ahead. Invaluable fights back to the inside. And then Persisto. And then Magical Peapod, who's in fourth, trying to shift lanes and find room toward the outside. Henny's Crazy Train head in front at the 16th pole. Invaluable is still fighting onto the inside. Magical Peapod, then Persisto. Henny's Crazy Train in front. Henny's Crazy Train wins it for Joe Rocco Jr. Going to be close for second. In the winner's circle for Keeneland's third race, the 1A, Henny's Crazy Train, owned by Hatfield Stables of Bud Hatfield, owned also by Rod Hatfield. The train. And they're off. There goes Suppressor out running for the lead, but Carmichael is there toward the inside. Here's Koufax moving up in between horses. Southerner up close in the opening strides in fourth. As they head into the first turn, Carmichael up the rail for the lead. Carmichael has the lead now 3/4 of a length. Koufax goes second by the same margin to Southerner third, the same margin, and then Suppressor fourth up on the outside, followed by Country Captain. Saves the ground, got over to the rail despite the outside starting spot. Saved ground around the first turn to the inside in fifth. Captain Fantastic is back there in the 6th spot. And Sonic City, last of the 7 here early, 23.71 seconds for the opening quarter. Carmichael the leader. Carmichael leads 3/4 of a length. Koufax is second up on the outside, 3/4 of a length. And now Country Captain, a close third, picked up a couple of more spots on the rail within a length and a half of the leader. Southerner and Suppressor stack up to his outside. Then further back, Sonic City, who's next to last, looks for some more running room down to the inside of horses, heading onto the far turn with Captain Fantastic at the back. It was 47.97 seconds the time for the first half mile. Carmichael leads. Carmichael leading Koufax by 2 lengths around the far turn. Now Koufax is second by just a half length. Here is Country Captain now moving up third to second. Southerner tries to make progress from fourth, and Sonic City is in behind horses, a lane off the rail, 6 from the front to the top of the short stretch. Carmichael to get. Carmichael has gotten away on a 5-length lead from Country Captain second. Sonic City is third. Southerner is in fourth, and Carmichael is kicking on through the final furlong, a 7-length margin back to Sonic City. Country Captain back toward the inside, well behind Carmichael. Rafael Bejarano for a convincing win. It is all Carmichael. Then it was Sonic City second ahead over Country Captain third. Further back, Captain Fantastic, owned by St. George Farm Racing LLC of Ian Banwell, trained by Victoria Oliver. Rafael Bejarano, the jockey. Carmichael, a 4-year-old gelded son of... And they're off. There goes Jura out for the lead. Habitus, Cousteau there to the inside. Carmel Crush comes away running in fourth toward the outside. Hear My Song toward the center of the pack is in fifth. Drive for Fun, sixth up on the far outside. River Shannon, seventh in between horses. Namesake is last of the 8. Jura is the leader. Jura in front by a half length. Here's Habitus on the outside, second 3/4 of a length. Cousteau now starts to move up to challenge for third. Got Carmel Crush there on the outside, who rallies back around the outside, has the third spot by a half length. Hear My Song behind horses, and then River Shannon up on the outside, back to Namesake and Drive for Fun. Opening quarter went in 22.6 seconds. Jura, the leader. Habitus second. Carmel Crush third. Cousteau is back toward the rail. In fourth, 3 lengths off the lead. River Shannon goes a wide fifth to the top of the stretch. Drive for Fun out to the center of the track along with River Shannon. Namesake at the back. Here comes Carmel Crush after Jura. Cousteau looks toward the inside. Can't find room there. Still third. And here is Hear My Song from the outside. But still, Carmel Crush fighting on for the lead with Jura. Hear My Song makes a final try. 16th to go. Here comes the wire. Carmel Crush. Hear My Song again from the outside. Hear My Song. Hear My Song gets there for Marcelino. Fifth race, the Ups and Downs Farm. Number 3, Hear My Song. The winner owned and bred in Kentucky by Nathan Hayden. Billy Stinson Jr., the trainer. And they are off. Awkward beginning there for Maven, who is absolutely last coming out of the gate. Up front, Karatari. Karatari goes out for the lead, has the advantage, starts to angle down to the inside, but no room there because here comes a challenge from Bad Beat Bryant, who got away in good order. Ship It Red, third up on the outside. Get Western is in fourth position, followed by Johnny Unleashed in fifth. Maven, after that awkward start, has now rallied up several positions into sixth. Now fifth is wide and 5 lengths off the lead around the far turn. Further back, Bulldor, seventh between horses. Holiday Stone caught wide eighth. Smart Remark is in the ninth spot, and Dark Oak is 10th. 22.16 seconds, the time for the opening quarter. They turn for home. Karatari with the lead. Bad Beat Brian to the inside. Johnny Unleashed to the outside. Maven is fourth, and still 4 lengths from the front. Ship It Red needs room. Into the final furlong. Karatari the leader. Johnny Unleashed, and then Bad Beat Brian back toward the inside. It is Karatari by 2 lengths in deep stretch. Karatari with the lead. Karatari hanging tough, chased all the way by Bad Beat Brian. Karatari and Florent Giroux to win it. Bad Beat Brian across the line in the second position. Unofficial winner number 11, Karatari, owned by William Branch, trained by Brian Lynch. The jockey Florent Giroux. Karatari, a 5-year-old gelded son of Artie Schiller out of Souther. And they're off. Good Night Olive and Oscarette, Terra Nova. Those 3 come right to the front of the opening strides. Oscarette far outside, puts ahead in front. Terra Nova sneaks up down toward the inside now. At Good Night Olive, backs off, taps the brakes in third between that pair. Going to let the top 2 go ahead and duke it out here early on. Then a break of 3 more lengths back to Munlove up the inside. Unbridled Twister, who's 5th on the outside. Encouraging is in 6th. Flashy Charge is in 7th. Bahama Mischief is 8th. The break of 5 more lengths, then back to the 2 trailers. Seeking Spirits and Fitz the Jill. 21.98 seconds, the time for the opening quarter. It is Terra Nova against the rail, leading it by a length. Oscarette is second. Goodnight Olive now comes after the top two, and here's Goodnight Olive moving forward to the top of the stretch on the far outside. Gaffalione really hasn't asked her to run, and Goodnight Olive is just moving on by to take the lead. Oscarette is in second. These two have gotten away by 6 lengths at the 8th pole. Back to Terra Nova in third, Munlove in fourth, encouraging fifth. Now Goodnight Olive gets to work and starts to kick clear. 5, 6, 7 lengths to the good. Goodnight Olive drawing clear to crush the field here for Tyler Gaffalione. It is all Goodnight Olive well in front. Oscarette was across the line in the second position and was followed by, in the winner's circle for Keeneland's 7th race, the Blandford stud, 10 Goodnight Olive, owned by First Row Partners of Steve Lehman, owned also by and they're off in the Sycamore Stakes. There goes 2 Emmys from that far outside starting spot. 2 Emmys right to the lead in the opening strides. James Graham clears the inside traffic with 2 Emmys and slides down next to the rail. Rise the Guy comes away a close-up second in these opening strides around the far turn the first time. Spooky Channel wrestled back there in between horses as Breakpoint moves by and takes over the third position early on. Spooky Channel is fourth in between horses as they move to the top of the stretch for the first time. Glenn County back toward the rail in fifth. Yamato is sixth. A break of 5. Back to Kentucky Ghost in seventh. Another Mystery is eighth between horses. Bama Breeze stacks up to the far outside in ninth with 1 circuit to go here. Then a gap of 3 more lengths back to the 2 trailers. A Journey to Freedom and Sole Volante. Opening quarter went in 24.87 seconds. 2 Emmys is the leader by just over a length. And Rise the Guy is second, now inching forward again just off the leader's flank after a 49.51 second opening half mile. Spooky Channel back to the inside in third. Breakpoint alongside that one in fourth. Glenn County against the rail in fifth, moving through the second of 3 turns. Yamato between horses. Kentucky Ghost going to be wide on the turn and is running 6 lengths from the front. Another Mystery is back down toward the inside. Then Bama Breeze and further back Sole Volante side by side at the back with a Journey to Freedom. 6 furlongs, 1 minute 14.52 seconds. On to the backstretch once again. 2 Emmys is the leader, 3/4 of a length. Rise the Guy, second, a length and a half. Spooky Channel toward the inside in third, 3/4 of a length. Breakpoint is fourth up on the outside. Glenn County, a lane off the rail in fifth. Kentucky Ghost is there in sixth. Another Mystery is trying to sneak up the inside from seventh into sixth. The challenge for fifth, but still 5 lengths from the lead as they head onto the far turn. Bama Breeze and Kentucky Ghost both going to have to angle wide to the center of the course, up within 3 lengths of the leader. 2 Emmys is the leader. Midway on the final turn by a length. Rise the Guy in second. Bama Breeze is third up on the outside, and then Spooky Channel is fourth back toward the inside as they turn for home. A Journey to Freedom goes to the center of the course, 8 lengths from the lead. Bama Breeze coming after 2 Emmys. And Spooky Channel looks for room in between that pair. 2 Emmys, the leader. Spooky Channel changing lanes to the outside. Final furlong of the Sycamore Stakes. 2 Emmys leads at a length. Spooky Channel is still trying to catch him. 2 Emmys. Spooky Channel is right there. Spooky Channel and 2 Emmys. Spooky Channel gets up by a neck for Julian Leperoux in the Sycamore. 2 Emmys was second. Race, 27th running of the Sycamore Stakes Grade 3. Number 6, Spooky Channel, owned by the NBS stable of John Ballantyne. And they're off. And there goes Overbore out for the early lead. Lansdowne has early speed as well. Red Label away third. Sunny is not so funny. Close up fourth on the far outside. Ain't Straight moves up the inside fifth to fourth to challenge for the third position. Tejano Twist comes away running back in the 6th spot. Private Road is 7th. Cool Papa G is 8th. Land Remembered is last of the 9. Back up front, Red Label to the outside, ahead in front. Ain't Straight right there to the inside, and second, a length and a half. Overbore goes third, 22.31 seconds the time for the opening quarter. Tejano Twist is in fourth. Lansdowne has lost ground, drops back. Private Road moves by that one into fifth. Sunny is not so funny, is toward the outside in sixth, nearly 10 lengths off the lead. In the meantime, Red Label has opened up, coming off the far turn. Red Label a 5-length lead. Ain't Straight is second, a length and a half. Overbore is in third. Tejano Twist is fourth. Private Road, then Cool Papa G turning for home. Here comes Overbore. Overbore is bearing down now, and here comes comes Tejano Twist. Tejano Twist bursting through an opening from between horses, and Tejano Twist is gone with the lead. Tejano Twist, 5-6 lengths in front past the 16th pole. Overbore is in second, and then Cool Papa G. Tejano Twist to give Joe Rocco Jr. 2 wins on the day. Overboard was home second. Cool Papa G was across the line in third, and Red Label faded to fourth. For Keeneland's ninth race, the Mill Ridge, number 5, Tejano Twist. Winner owned and bred in Kentucky by Tom Durant. The trainer, Brett Calhoun. The jockey. Official results. Forward. And they're off. Lucy's Cakes Fly comes out running for the early lead. Here comes Dreamful from the outside, though. Ollie's Gold up close. Ollie's Gold determined to move on. Have the lead. Ollie's Gold now scoots on through and goes to the front. Dreamful goes second. Lucy's Cakes Fly is third. Wave of Goodness fourth up on the outside. Time for Glory is fifth. 1 lane off the rail. Amortization sixth down toward her inside. Then Silky Warrior against the rail is in seventh. Princess Nina a lane off the rail in eighth around the first turn. It is followed by Thrombocytopenia, who's back there in the ninth position. Gap of 5 more lengths back of her. Jazzy Lady is last. Opening quarter, 23.83 seconds. Ollie's Gold is the leader. Ollie's Gold leads it by a length up the backstretch. Dreamful goes second, a length and a half. Lucy's Cakes Fly third against the rail ahead. Wave of Goodness is fourth alongside of her. Time for Glory fifth out in the center of the course. Amortization is next, then Princess Nina, Silky Warrior, and then Thrombocytopenia. Gap of 5 more lengths still back to Jazzy Lady, who's last. 48.43 seconds the time for the first half mile. Ollie's Gold and Dreamful 1-2 separated by a neck. Lucy's Cakes Fly, Wave of Goodness between horses. Time for Glory, a wide fifth, 5 lengths off the lead around the far turn. Amortization, Princess Nina moves by her from between horses, top of the stretch, and then Silky Warrior wide 10 lengths from the lead. They turn for home. Ollie's Gold and Dreamful 1-2 separated by a neck, now matching strides. Lucy's Cakes Fly takes aims to the outside. Amortization fourth back toward the inside. Princess Nina is fifth. Here's Lucy's Cakes Fly coming after Dreamful. Ollie's Gold drops back to third. Lucy's Cakes Fly moving forward for the lead from Dreamful. Lucy's Cakes Fly to win it for Tyler Gaffalione. Dreamful across the line in seconds. For Keeneland's 10th race in the winner's circle, number 5, Lucy's Cakes Fly. Owned by Michael Dubb, Madaket Stables LLC of Saul Kuman, and Michael J. Caruso. The trainer is Mike Maker. The winning jockey for the second time today is Tyler Gaffley and Patricia P. Rat. Mile and a 16th over the turf listed good. Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Welcome to Keeneland Racecourse, where the main track is fast, the turf listed good, and the rail set at 10 feet for the turf racing today. Time now for a look at the program changes. First race is where the first of the day's rolling doubles and pick threes and also the early pick five get underway. No changes in that first event. Second race, start of the early pick four. Scratch part of entry, 1A, Overlander. Also scratch 13, 14, and 15. Betty's Ready, Ridge Point, Heir to Greatness. Again, scratch part of entry, 1A, Overlander, as well as 13, 14, and 15. Change of equipment, the 6, Top Gun Girl, blinkers off. That's number 6, Top Gun Girl, blinkers off today. Third race has no changes at this time. Fourth race, scratch number 4, Enchanted Nile. That's the fourth race. Scratch number 4, Enchanted Nile. As a result of that scratch, no superfecta on the fourth. No superfecta wager on race 4. Fifth race is where the pick 6 begins. There's no carryover. It's also the start of the Keeneland Turf Pick 3, made up of races 5, 8, and 10. In that fifth race, scratch the 6, Eye of the Cat. That's the fifth race. Scratch number 6, Eye of the Cat. Sixth race is where the late pick 5 begins. No changes in race 6. Seventh race, start of the $300,000 guaranteed pick 4. No changes in race 7. Eighth race, scratch number 3, Pirates Punch. That's the eighth race. Scratch number 3, Pirates Punch. Jockey change for the 11, Busy Channel, Gerardo Corrales. Number 11, Busy Channel, jockey Gerardo Corrales. Featured ninth, 23rd running of the Lexus Raven Run, Grade 2. Scratch the 6, Feeling Mischief. And scratch the 12, Just Read It. Again, scratch the 6, Feeling Mischief. And scratch the 12, Just Read It. 10th and final race, no carryover for the Toyota Super High 5. Scratch the 2, Crown the Prince. Scratch 9, Hold the Flight. Scratch 11, Clearing Waivers. Again, scratch the 2, Crown the Prince. Scratch 9, Hold the Flight. And scratch 11, Clearing Waivers. Those are the current program changes. Time now to check in with Scott Hazelton.
Perfect Saturday here today, Kurt Becker. And for those of you joining us out here at Keeneland Racecourse, you know exactly what I'm talking about. Ideal conditions for this fall meeting, the penultimate Saturday card that we have here in 2021. And it's a great 10-race card, 2 featured events, headlined by the Grade 2 Lexus Raven Run, one of the most evenly matched races, I promise you, that we've seen this entire year during the stakes schedule at Keeneland. And we're taking a look at the field right now. Scratch the 6 and the 12. The morning line favorite is obligatory on the outside for trainer Bill Mott, coming off of a try in the Grade 1 Cotillion. Gets back to a one-turn event. She won the Grade 2 8 Bells back in April at Churchill Downs, so she has that 7-furlong form. Also some up-and-coming runners such as Zayn Al Arab for Shadwell, Carmel Swirl, who's run a big race here in the past at Keeneland. So a really nice race and a case to be made for each and every one of these 11 runners that will be competing in the Grade 2 Lexus Raven Run. We also have race number 7, part of the stakes co-feature here today. It's the Perryville Stakes for the male counterparts at 7 furlongs on the main track. Soup and Sandwich, 3-1 on the morning line, hasn't been seen in over 5 months since his run in the Kentucky Derby. You've also got some others taking steps up in class, including Cool Quest, who's 4-1, coming off of an impressive maiden win in his most recent start at Churchill Downs. So 2 very good races, races 7 and 9, the Perryville and the Grade 2 Lexus Raven Run. And don't forget, the late pick 4, it is guaranteed at $300,000, and it begins with that Perryville. Make sure you get involved later on this afternoon, as we are just 20 minutes away from the opener. Race number 1, maiden 30 claimers. These are 2-year-old fillies, and they'll be sprinting 6 furlongs. This race does start the first double of the day. Exacta trifecta, pick 3, 50-cent early pick 5, and dime superfecta wagering available. And Distorted View on the outside is even money on the board right now. Daughter of Distorted Humor, a homebred for Miss Fitchery Hay, bred here in Kentucky. And when Wesley Ward, Gabby and I have talked about this many times here during these meetings. When Wesley Ward puts a horse in a race and they're a low-price favorite, oftentimes they end up winning. And when he debuts a horse in for a maiden claiming tag, something that he does often, knowing where these horses belong as far as competition level, they typically win. 34% of the time is what he clicks at when it comes to debuting and maiden claiming. That is a very high strike rate. Gets Johnny Velasquez to ride this filly. You've got to like her today on debut. Even money on Distorted View. The number 5 horse, Simply Complicated, for trainer and owner Jimmy Gulick, a filly that comes down from Chicago. She ran solid last time out when running for maiden 25,000, and I think that you've got to respect her here today. Shananowski is going to be in the saddle of this overanalyzed filly. She has experience on her side. That's always a plus in these young races with young horses. So 9-1, if you're considering a price horse, you've got to look in that direction. And then finally, Curbs and Cones for Brett Jones, a homebred for Brett Jones, daughter of Cairo Prince. She was bet a little bit on debut. She didn't break out of the gate all that well. If she gets away from there better today, I think that she'll put together a solid performance as she sits at 9-2, dropping from maiden 50 to maiden 30. But it's all about Wesley Ward debuting in a maiden claimer here today in the opener. Distorted View, even money right now as we're 18 minutes to post.
At Keeneland, we apologize for the technical issues relating to the infield board. Situation is being addressed. In the meantime, we do invite you to refer to the television monitors for the latest updated odds information. Horses are entering the track for Keeneland's first. No changes in the first race. Maiden Claimer, $30,000 price for these 2-year-old fillies, 6 furlongs over the fast main track. Double and pick 3 wagering start of the early pick 5. Main track fast, turf listed good. Post time coming up in just 8 minutes.
Frontside view of race number 1, 7 minutes to post, and there's a look at the 3-horse that is Curbs and Cones. Like the way that this filly was ready to get out there, she charged towards the racing surface when coming through the tunnel to get with the pony, so a positive attitude from this filly, the daughter of Cairo Prince, getting set to make her debut. Just love the energy that she put on display here as she came out onto the track. 9-2, not a bad price on the number 3 horse. Simply Complicated. She's not a bad-looking filly. In fact, I like her size in comparison to some of these fillies in here, and most of these fillies really at the end of the day. And right now, 11-1 on the tote board. I think you've got to respect her on the dirt for the first time in her career with those 3 runs under her belt. Expect her to put together a strong run here this afternoon. And I would say the 6 might be the best looking of this entire group. That's Soldier's Sweetheart, who is 16-1 right now. Daughter of Verrazano. Her size, her look, the way that she's warming up. You've got James Graham in the saddle. Andrew McKeever, her conditioner, is 16% with first-time starters. She'd be the pick based on looks versus these runners. And, with the first-time starter and all the money going towards the Wesley Ward firster, sometimes these horses will get lost in the shuffle, lost in the mix, and I don't think that should happen with Soldier's Sweetheart at odds of 16-1. 6 minutes away from the opener. Best of luck.
Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's first race, start of the early pick 5. They are at the post. And they're off. Awkward beginning for Soldier's Sweetheart. There goes Distorted View out for the lead. Simply Complicated has early speed as well. Curbs and Cones is away a close-up third. And then Slushy, fourth down toward the inside. Social Engagement away, running in the fifth position. It is followed by My Daddy's Trainer, sixth up on the outside, then a gap of nearly 5 more lengths back to Soldier's Sweetheart, who is at the back. Opening quarter, 22.71 seconds. Up front, Distorted View toward the outside, leads it by just a half length. Curbs and Cones is there to press the issue against the rail. These two have opened up now by 4 lengths, now by 5 around the far turn. Back to Simply Complicated, who is third by 3. My Daddy's Trainer is a wide fourth. Social Engagement fifth. And then Slushy back toward the inside. Soldier's Sweetheart is last, and Curbs and Cones is scooting through along the rail for the lead. And Curbs and Cones is opened up by 3, by 4, by 5 lengths coming to the 8th pole. Distorted View losing ground here in the stretch to Curbs and Cones, who now has the margin out to 9 lengths. Distorted View in second. Slushy is running third down toward the rail, but the leader, Curbs and Cones, is already well past the 16th pole for Sophie Doyle. Curbs and Cones wins the opener at Keeneland. Distorted View hung on for second from Slushy across the line in the third position in the opener.
She had her mind on business today. Curbs and Cones. She was down on the inside. She never backed down once Distorted View, the favorite, made the lead. And at the top of the stretch, it was game over. She might have won this thing by a dozen lengths in the end. A good price at 5-2. Curbs and Cones. Congratulations to owner breeder Brett Jones, Larry Jones, the trainer, and Sophie Doyle along for the ride.
Unofficial results of Keeneland's first race. Number 3, Curbs and Cones, was first. Number 7, Distorted View, second. Number 1, Slushy, was third. Number 6, Soldier's Sweetheart, was fourth. 3716 unofficial. In the winner's circle for Keeneland's first race, number 3, Curbs and Cones. A homebred for Brett Jones, trained by Larry Jones, Sophie Doyle, the jockey. Curbs and Cones, a 2-year-old filly by Cairo Prince out of Tats Lady Di by Proud Citizen, bred in Kentucky by owner Brett Jones. 6 furlongs, 1 minute 11.32 seconds. Results of Keeneland's first race official. 3716, the official results. Keeneland's second race upcoming. Double and pick 3 wagering offered here, and the start of the early pick 4. Turf is listed good, the rail at 10 feet today. In this second race, scratch part of entry 1A Overlander, also scratch 13, 14, and 15. Again, scratch part of entry 1A Overlander, and scratch 13, 14, and 15. Betty's Ready, Ridgepoint, Heir to Greatness. Change of equipment today for the 6 Top Gun Girl blinkers off. 6 Top Gun Girl blinkers off. Third race has no changes. Fourth race, scratch number 4, Enchanted Nile. Fourth race, scratch number 4, Enchanted Nile. As a result of that scratch, no superfecta on the fourth race. Race 5, scratch 6, Eye of the Cat. That's race 5, scratch number 6, Eye of the Cat.
20 minutes to post race number 2. 2-year-olds, they'll be sprinting on the turf course at 5.5 furlongs, turf listed as good. And we are looking right now at the heavy favorite, Top Gun Girl for Slam Dunk Racing, daughter of Air Force Blue, trained by Wesley Ward. She was debuted on the turf course up at Saratoga and finished a good second at a big number. She was 13-1 that day, nearly 14-1, in fact, but she hung in there, battled around, and broke from post position number 9 on that afternoon. She's going to get a little bit of relief as far as the post position is concerned, and she might be able to clear off on this group. I don't know that there's a filly that's quite as quick as she is. It all depends on what the 11-horse Faithful Ruler is able to do. Does she rediscover that speed that we saw from her on debut? Because she did not have it at Kentucky Downs, but perhaps it was just simply Kentucky Downs not bringing out the speed for Faithful Ruler. But heavy favorite with the 6, Top Gun Girl for Slam Dunk Racing, and Wesley Ward looking to do one better than she did on debut after finishing second, beaten just a neck. The number 10 horse is 12-1. That is Street Commander, or excuse me, the number 10 horse is Atris. My apologies. That is the Vicky Oliver trainee, son of Astern, who, much like the 11 horse, put together a strong debut effort at Ellis Park and then tried Kentucky Downs and couldn't quite hang that afternoon. So back to 5.5 furlongs. We'll see if that can show some improvement for him. And really have liked the way the crop of Asterns have run. The sire of this 2-year-old colt. Astern is the son of Medaglia d'Oro. He was a Group 1 winner at the age of 2, but we've seen plenty of them do very well from here in Kentucky to down at Del Mar this past summer. So anytime I see this pedigree show up on grass with these young runners, I tend to look in that direction, and that's the case here with Atris, the number 10 horse. And then finally, the 7-horse Sovereign of Speed for trainer Chris Davis, son of Lord Nelson, who they debuted at Prairie Meadows in Altoona, Iowa, and was 6th that day. Did show some improvement moving on to the grass course at Arlington Park. We'll see what Sophie Doyle opts to do with this number 7 horse, who's 26-1. Sophie looking to sweep the early daily double, so good luck to her. Good luck to these connections, Dare to Dream Stable and trainer Chris Davis. So we'll see if he can run back to that turf debut effort, if you will, at Arlington Park, which was just back on the 17th of September. But all indicators suggest, and I do believe this, that this race goes through Top Gun Girl, who is sitting at 2-5 right now on the board. Race number 2 does start the early pick 4.
Horses are on the track for Keeneland's second race, the Gunston Hall. Maiden special weight, 2-year-olds at 5.5 furlongs over the turf. Listed good, rail at 10 feet. Double and pick 3 wagering, start of the early pick 4. Scratch part of entry, number 1A, Overlander. 1A, Overlander, part of entry is scratched. A reminder, number 1 inbound still runs. Also take out the also eligibles 13, 14, and 15. Change of equipment, 6 Top Gun Girl, blinkers off. 6 Top Gun Girl, blinkers off today. Post time, 7 minutes.
Taking a look at these runners front side, we're going to start with the 8-horse Levy Proud, a colt by Brody's Cause, who was debuted at Kentucky Downs, showed a little bit something early on in that race, and then tired to finish 7th, beaten 10 lengths. Hopefully can build off of that race as far as fitness is concerned. Like the way that he looks out here on the front side, and he should be a big number, and he is. He's 44-1 right now based on that one run, and based on all the money going towards the Wesley Ward runner Top Gun Girl, who we'll get to in just a moment. Omaha Red, the number 9, he was very nervous on the paddock side, and you can see that I think he still is a bit, but he's hopefully going to level off and get his mind on racing here in the next few moments as he warms up with David Cohen in the saddle. But they add blinkers to the Son of Dar, put together a solid effort at Arlington Park on debut on synthetic, but moves over to the turf course today. Let's keep an eye on him and see how he acts, especially once he goes towards the starting gate. Faithful Ruler, the 11-horse. Here's another good-looking colt in this race. Paid $230,000 for him this year, and he put together a strong effort on debut. He is a good looker, son of the Triple Crown champion American Pharaoh, owned by North Star Racing, comes from a Giants Causeway first dam. So gotta like the looks of Faithful Ruler. And then we'll go to Top Gun Girl as promised for Slam Dunk Racing. Blinkers come off, as Kurt mentioned, with this filly who debuted with those blinkers. And Top Gun Girl 2-5 on the tote board right now as we search for her out on the racetrack with Johnny Velasquez in the saddle. She is the filly that was part of our Clocker reports this morning. Positive reports on Top Gun Girl, the number 6 horse who sits at 2-5. There she is in those Slam Dunk Racing silks. Slam Dunk, a primarily West Coast-based operation run by Nick Casado. So we wish them the best with Top Gun Girl here today, sitting at 2-5. Good luck to you as well. 4 minutes to post. Race 2, start of the early pick 4.
Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's second race, the Gunston Hall, start of the early pick 4. They are at the post. And they're off. Top Gun Girl out for the lead. Omaha Red and Faithful Ruler have early speed as well. Levy Proud is up close and now moves up into second now to press the issue for the lead. Sovereign of Speed moves a close fourth as they head up the back stretch. Faithful Ruler backs away from that speed battle up front, back into the fifth position toward the outside. And then Sutherland, who is seventh down toward the inside of horses. Atros is a wide eighth. Shannon Run moves up 2 spots from ninth in between horses, now moves down toward the rail. And then further back it is Malibu Time, who's caught wide, a dozen lengths off the lead. Inbound is back in the 10th position and is followed by Little Man Can. Street Commander last, 21.89 seconds for that opening quarter. A quarter mile to go. Top Gun Girl to catch, and Top Gun Girl leads it by 3 lengths. Sovereign of Speed has lost ground. Levy Proud is in second. Atros is third up on the outside. Inbound going to run late, looks toward the inside in the 4th position, but Top Gun Girl a 3-length lead. Atros from the outside, inbound there to the inside. Sutherland runs on late from 4th. Top Gun Girl in front by 3. Top Gun Girl, John Velasquez, Top Gun Girl to win it. Atros was home second. Sutherland was up for third, and then close for 4th. Shannon Runner inbound.
This filly won this race in the opening quarter. The reality is nobody could go 21.89 for that opening quarter. She was the one that was, and that gave her some separation away from this field, and she's able to slow it down enough in the second quarter and put some distance between herself and this group. Slam dunk racing with the daughter of Air Force Blue, Wesley Ward, with a 2-year-old on turf. Heard that a few times before here at Keeneland. Top Gun Girl at 1-2 gets it done by better than 2 lengths.
Unofficial results of Keeneland's second race. Number 6, Top Gun Girl, was first. Number 10, Atros, was second. Number 2, Sutherland, was third. Number 5, Shannon Run, was fourth. 6:10.25 unofficial. Results of Keeneland's second race official, 6:10.25, the official results. Official winner of Keeneland's second race, the Gunston Hall, number 6, Top Gun Girl. Owned by Slam Dunk Racing of Nick Casado, trained by Wesley Ward. The jockey, John Velasquez. Top Gun Girl, a 2-year-old filly by Air Force Blue out of Monon by Medician. Bred in Kentucky by Cobra Bloodstock and Lynch Bogus Limited. 5.5 furlongs over the turf listed good, 1 minute 3.95 seconds. In the winner's circle, the Gunston Hall Trophy presentation to the connections of Top Gun Girl. Keeneland's third upcoming, back to the main track, which is listed fast. Double and pick 3 wagering featured here. No changes in the third race. Fourth race, a reminder, scratch number 4, Enchanted Nile. That's in the fourth race, scratch number 4, Enchanted Nile. No superfecta on that fourth race. Race 5, scratch 6, Eye of the Cat. Race 5, scratch 6, Eye of the Cat.
race number 3 on the card, 30,000 claimers, 3 and up, which have not won 3 races or straight 3-year-olds. 6 furlongs will be the distance, and a field of 6 will line up in 18 minutes' time. There's the 2-horse Quick Return for St. George Stable and Fausto Gutierrez. Fausto and St. George Stable have had a really nice meet here, obviously led by Latruska and her Grade 1 victory in the Juddmonte Spinster. But they had a winner just this past week as well with a first off the claim runner. And this gelding looks to be spotted very well. They're being very aggressive with this New York bred after they won an allowance race off the claim, claimed him for $25,000, won an $80,000 allowance race up in New York. They're dropping him in for $30 here in Kentucky. So that is an aggressive move, and I think it's the right move, to be honest with you, showing up here. So 6-5 on the board. Respect this one, and we wish the best to Ricardo Santana Jr. here in race number 3, the rider. The number 3 horse, Soaring Bird, is a son of Tapizar, who has run 5 consecutive in-the-money finishes, including a victory at Tampa. That was back in January, though, but he did put together a strong effort at this level in his most recent effort. That's Soaring Bird, the 3, over at Churchill Downs. So second in that spot. He shouldn't be too far off the pace. He should be able to hook right up with Quick Return, to be honest with you, as they are right next to each other and will be right next to each other in the starting gate. 5-1, a solid price on the 3 if you're looking to play against the favorite. And then finally, Petit Verdot on the outside, claimed for $20,000, a consistent runner. He's got speed. I'm sure that will still be the plan here today. Maybe they change things up, given that he's moving to a new barn, but Miguel Mena stays with him. He had him on the lead going 5.5, and they went ultra fast in that last race on the 23rd of September at Churchill Downs. So at 9-2, he is the 4th choice right now in the wagering. But the 2 at 6-5, Quick Return. We'll see if Fausto Gutierrez and St. George Stable can complete the hat trick for this fall meet with their 3rd win here at Keeneland.
The horses are entering the track for Keeneland's third race. 3-year-olds and up with a $30,000 claiming price. 6 furlongs over the fast main track. No changes in the third event. Double and pick 3 wagering featured here. Post time at 8 minutes.
Coming here front side and pushing the past performances aside and just taking a look at these horses in the warm-up, in the post-parade Air War, he's been on his toes like this, and he looks like he is ready to go and ready to get moving. And there he goes, as he tried to just for that brief moment. But this gelding is feeling good. He's with the new barn, Franklin De Jesus. Rafael Bejarano is in the saddle. He's a big price, and he's coming in out of lesser races over in Ohio, but just got to like the way that he is acting out there on the racetrack for these new connections. The number 4 horse, Inventing Blame, another one that I thought looked really nice at a price. This is a 9-1 shot right now for Thomas Humphreys, a Keeneland April sales graduate from this past April here for just $30,000, and he ran for 20 last time out at a big number, but his looks are what drew me towards him here today, and perhaps a second start off the layoff might be a fitter horse than what he was last time out at Churchill Downs, given that he had not run since July. And then the number 5 horse, Brother Aaron for Dale Romans. He has a nice look to him. He's getting attention. He's class dropping. He may have some speed as well. I think it's between him and Petit Verdot, the 5 and the 6, as to who will make the lead or potentially hook up early on in this race. Solid enough event coming up. Race number 3. The 2 remains the favorite at even money. That's Quick Return.
Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's third race. They are at the post. And they're off. There goes Brother Aaron from the outside for the lead. Quick return is there down toward the inside. These two now come forward, joined by Petit Verdot, third up on the far outside. Quick return moves up against the rail, has the lead only by a neck. As Brother Aaron goes second, a half length between horses. Petit Verdot, third up on the far outside, and then Air War, fourth back toward the inside. Soaring Bird alongside of that one in fifth, and finally Inventing Blame. Opening quarter went in 23.01 seconds. Top three separated by less than length. Petit Verdot moves on the far outside. Brother Aaron is between horses, and Quick Return is against the rail. They're on even terms, those three, as they move for the top of the stretch. Soaring Bird is 5 lengths away in the fourth position, goes toward the far outside. Air War and then Inventing Blame, who trails into the stretch. Quick Return has a narrow lead, and Petit Verdot and Soaring Bird down the far outside are there. Brother Aaron is fighting on. Soaring Bird has clear running down the center of the racetrack. Soaring Bird, fourth, third, second, front now, leading it by 2. Soaring Bird, Chase Miller, and Soaring Bird to win it. Brother Aaron across the line in second. Quick Return was third. Air War was fourth.
Building off of that October 2nd race at Churchill Downs and moving forward here today, Soaring Bird does that late here down the stretch. He's in about the 7 path in the middle of the course, but he carries that momentum back towards the inside and rolls right on past the 5 and the 2 who had hooked up so long before in this race. And it was so long from Soaring Bird here in race number 3. Good price, too, if you had him. He went off at odds of 7-1.
Unofficial results of Keeneland's third race. Number 3, Soaring Bird, finished first. Number 5, Brother Aaron, second. Number 2, Quick Return, third. Number 1, Air War, fourth. 3-5-2-1, unofficial. In the winner's circle for Keeneland's third race, number 3, Soaring Bird, owned by Lewis Hoagland, Gary Flood, and Michael Portman, trained by Waylon Cundiff, Chase Miller, the jockey. Soaring Bird, a 6-year-old gelded son of Tapizar, had a free-flying soul by Quiet American, bred in Kentucky by Liberty Road Stables. 6 furlongs over the fast main track, 1 minute 11.05 seconds, and the results are official. 3-5-2-1, the official results for Keeneland's third. We direct your attention to the winner's circle at this time. Karen Bowens of the MAP Foundation Incorporated is honored to accept a donation of $5,000 from Keeneland, represented by Shannon Arvin, CEO and President, and from Lexus of Lexington, represented by Matt Agosto. This donation will benefit the Woodhill Community Center, which will provide a safe and enriching environment for children, teens, and families involved in Lexington Leadership Foundation's Urban Impact Initiative to experience academic, arts, and athletic opportunities. Keeneland's fourth race upcoming. The main track listed fast. Race 4 will finish in the short stretch, the first wire. Scratch number 4, Enchanted Nile. Again, scratch number 4, Enchanted Nile. No superfecta on this fourth race. No superfecta on race 4. Double and pick 3 wagering are featured. Looking ahead to race 5. In the fifth race, scratch number 6, Eye of the Cat. That's race 5. Scratch number 6, Eye of the Cat. A reminder, the turf is listed good. Sixth race has no changes at this time.
Up to race number 4 here on this Keeneland Saturday, and it's a second level allowance race, optional $62,500 race at a mile and a 16th, fillies and mares 3 and up. And we're looking at the 3-horse right now, Amelia's Moon, who is 7-5 on the board. She's my top selection, daughter of Malibu Moon, who was a Peruvian import. She started off her career in Peru back in 2019, Group 1 winner down there at a mile. She missed all of last season, 2020, but she's had 2 runs this summer, midway through the season, if you will, starting at the end of July. But I'm banking on the stretch out to a router ground for this mare. She is by Malibu Moon out of a Thunder Gulch first dam, and I think that screams 2 turns as far as pedigree is concerned, and looking at how she was outrun early in those sprint races at Saratoga, should have a better position here today, and look for her to build off of a strong speed figure that she earned in her last start at the end of August at Saratoga. So 7-5 on Amelia's Moon, all about getting out to 2 turns with Flo in the saddle, Florent Giroux. Microcap is the 1-horse, a Keeneland November sales graduate from 2017. As she's a filly that they tried her at a mile and an 1/8 last time out. I think that was a bit too much for her, and she didn't run well in her last 2 Churchill races. Perhaps that has something to do with it. That surface, not sure why, but bottom line is she's better than that, and we've seen it from her at Ellis and Indiana Grand, and I think that she gets back on track here today, and handicappers are agreeing. She is in the mix as far as sitting in the top 4, 7-2 right now on Microcap, the good-looking chestnut daughter of Wicked Strong. Fire Coral is the 2-horse. Brian Hernandez Jr. riding for Steve Asmussen, a Curlin filly that, much like Microcap, she just didn't run well in that exact same race. So these 2 fillies, they just backed up right about midway through the start, and much like the one, she's got better races in her. She's made over $193,000 over the course of her career. So I would expect this competition level and this shorter field to be something that moves her forward here today for Susan Moulton and trainer Steve Asmussen. 3-1-2, that's my top 3 for race number 4 here at Keeneland. Double exacta, trifecta, pick 3, and superfecta wagering available. 18 minutes to post.
Horses are entering the track for Keeneland's fourth race, the Maple Hill Allowance Optional Claiming Race, $62,500. Fillies and mares at a mile and a 16th. Main track is listed fast. Race will finish in the short stretch of the first wire. In the fourth race, scratch number 4, Enchanted Nile. Scratch the 4, Enchanted Nile. No superfecta on this fourth event, but double and pick 3 wagering are featured. Main track is fast. The turf listed good today. Post time in 8 minutes.
Seven minutes away from this fourth race here at Keeneland Racecourse, and Microcap is the one, daughter of Wicked Strong, looking to bounce back off of a dull performance at Churchill Downs. Her trainer, Grant Forster, just told me, paddock side, that the reason for it is that she just doesn't handle the heat. And it was a hot day at Churchill Downs in mid-September. He said the same thing at Ellis Park, although it wasn't a typical Ellis afternoon. Still warm, and that affected her. So Microcap is going to bounce back here based on the temperature change. He says that she's had a lot different attitude since things have cooled off, and she's been more aggressive. So a positive sign, and she's a good price right now, 4-1. Microcap, consider her based on the change as far as the climate is concerned here in Kentucky. Fire Coral is the number 2 horse, daughter of Curlin. Looked really well turned out, as they all do, out of the Steve Asmussen barn. She's currently sitting at 4-1. Brian Hernandez back with her. He rode her to a couple of good seconds at Ellis Park back in August and September. And then the 3 horse, Amelia's Moon, we'll take a look at the favorite at 7-5. There she is with a nice, strong warm-up under Florent Giroux. Everything positive about the way that she's moving on the racetrack and the way that she is acting. 6 minutes away from this fourth race here at Keeneland.
Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's fourth race, the Maple Hill. First wire, they are at the post. They're off. Smoking Hot Bobby goes out for the lead, but so does Microcap. And Microcap's a step quicker. Smoking Hot Bobby will go second for the move to the first turn. Beach Flower up on the far outside, and then Fire Coral back toward the inside. Amelia's Moon, last of the five here early, draws alongside of Fire Coral, though, at the back of the pack. Back up front, Microcap leads. Microcap saves the ground from the inside starting spot, leads it by a length and a half. Smoking Hot Bobby second by a head. Beach Flower circles up to the far outside from third, now to challenge for second and to challenge for the lead. Fire Coral content to bide time at the fourth position, joined by Amelia's Moon at the back off the first turn. 24.3 seconds for the opening quarter. Up the backstretch they go. Microcap, Beach Flower, they go at it for the top spot. Smoking Hot Bobby is next in between horses. There's Fire Coral inching forward against the rail from the fourth position, just over 2 lengths from the front. Amelia's Moon, meantime, is going to go to the far outside in the clear and starts moving up, picks up 2 positions from the back as they head for the far turn. Still 2 lengths from the front pair, though. 48.47 for that first half mile. Front pair being Microcap and Beach Flower, separated by a neck. Microcap is the leader. Here's Amelia's Moon third, a length off the front duo, starting to draw alongside. Midway on the far turn, Fire Coral is fourth down toward the inside. Smoking Hot Bobby is now last of the five as they reach the quarter pole. Amelia's Moon gears up, swings up to the far outside. Microcap still leads it by a neck. Beach Flower is third between that pair as they turn for home. Fire Coral is fourth, 5 lengths away. Here's Amelia's Moon going at it with Microcap for the lead. Into the final furlong, Microcap the leader. Amelia's Moon needs to find more in the second position. Gap of 3 back to Fire Coral in third. Microcap turns back the challenges in deep stretch. Microcap, James Graham on top. Late run Fire Coral. Microcap in front. Microcap at the wire. Microcap wins at a half length. Fire Coral across the line in second. Amelia's Moon was third.
Inside speed is good here at Keeneland when you're going a mile and a 16th, and that is on full display by Micro Cap as she gets a little bit more here. The 3-horse, Amelia's Moon, she started and then stopped around the backstretch and then came back on again, but then she starts to flatten out, and then you've got Fire Coral who's rallying late but comes up short because of this short run to the first wire. Well done to Grant Forrester and his team, Micro Cap, enjoying the fall weather here at Keeneland.
Unofficial results of Keeneland's fourth race. Number 1, Micro Cap was first. Number 2, Fire Coral second. Number 3, Amelia's Moon third. Number 6, Beach Flower fourth. 1, 2, 3, 6 unofficial. In the winner's circle for Keeneland's fourth race, the Maple Hill, number 1, Micro Cap, owned by Gulliver Racing LLC of Phil Bongiovanni, trained by Grant Forster, jockey James Graham. Micro Cap, a 4-year-old filly by Wicked Strong out of A Taste of Red by Street Boss, bred in Kentucky by Mockmer Hall and Haymarket Farm. Keeneland November breeding stock grad gets the 8.5 furlongs over the fast main track in 1 minute 45.87 seconds. Results are official. 1, 2, 3, 6. The official results, Keeneland's fourth race. In the winner's circle, the Maple Hill Trophy presentation to the connections of Micro Cap. Keeneland's fifth race upcoming, double and pick 3 wagering offered here. It's the start of the pick 6, no carryover. It also begins the Keeneland Turf pick 3, made up of races 5, 8, and 10. Turf is good, rail at 10 feet. A reminder, scratch the 6, Eye of the Cat. Fifth race, scratch 6, Eye of the Cat. No changes in race 6, no changes in race 7. In the 8th race, scratch 3, Pirates Punch. That's the 8th race, scratch number 3, Pirates Punch. Jockey for the 11, Busy Channel, Gerardo Corrales. Number 11, Busy Channel, the jockey, Gerardo Corrales. Feature 9th race, the Lexus Raven Run, scratch 6, Feeling Mischief. Scratch 12, Just Read It. Scratch 6, Feeling Mischief. And scratch 12, Just Read It. 10th and final race, scratch 2, Crown the Prince. Scratch 9, Hold the Flight. Scratch 11, Clearing Waivers. That's the 10th and final race, scratch 2, Crown the Prince. Scratch 9, Hold the Flight. And scratch 11, Clearing Waivers. Main track fast, turf good.
Race number 5 here at Keeneland Racecourse. We're going to move over to the turf course for entry-level allowance group. And don't forget, this race does start the pick 6 as well as the $3 Keeneland Turf pick 3. That is made up of races 5, 8, and 10. Again, $3 Keeneland Turf pick 3, races 5, 8, and 10, obviously beginning right here in 18 minutes' time. The number 7 horse is where I'll start. War Machine, the son of Warfront for Mount Brilliant Farm, bred by Mount Brilliant Farm, and comes out of a good race at Del Mar. That Del Mar race produced Crew Dragon a victory. Crew Dragon, a really nice horse out on the West Coast for John Sadler and Horonis Racing. They purchased him out of the Keeneland April sale. In fact, he was the sale topper, brought over $200,000. So a good effort there, I think, translates to a good effort here. And as mentioned, he's well-bred, son of Warfront. They gelded him since his last race. We'll see if that has any impact or any move forward as far as his talent and ability here today as he makes his Keeneland Racing debut. We then move over to the number 5 horse. That 5 horse is Caveat Emptor for Jimmy Toner and the Allen stable, a son of Blame, who ran against Gear Jockey on debut and has had some good runs in finally breaking his maiden last time out at Kentucky Downs. He came from off the pace that day. He showed speed in his prior race, so I think that they have figured out that he's a horse that wants to make one run late, and I would expect to see that from John Velasquez as the 5 sits at 3-1 right now on the tote board, and that makes him the second choice in the wagering. And then finally, the 10 is Hot Stove League for trainer Tom Amos. Back out to a route, I think, is the positive move here. Colby Hernandez gets the call for Tom Amos, and a runner that's at his best when he's forward. We'll see what he's able to do today. If he's able to make that lead, he could be a danger in here, and currently sitting at 13-1, one of the middle-priced runners in this race. The reality is only 2 horses are taking any sort of significant action. That's the number 5 horse, Caveat Emptor, and War Machine coming back to Keeneland, I guess for a second time, making his Keeneland Turf debut. I misspoke earlier when discussing him, my top selection. So good luck in that $3 Keeneland Turf pick 3. It's been a great wager throughout this entire meeting. We've got some good turf races ahead of us, and that's races 5, 8, and 10. Now 16 minutes to post before race 5.
Horses are entering the track for Keeneland's 5th race, the Brownstead, an allowance for 3-year-olds and up at a mile of the turf, listed good, rail at 10 feet. Double and pick 3 wagering, start of the pick 6, no carryover. Also start of the Keeneland Turf pick 3, races 5, 8, and 10 comprise that wager. Turf is listed good, scratch the 6, Eye of the Cat. Number 6, Eye of the Cat is a scratch. Post time 7 minutes.
This is a very attractive looking group of runners out there. Hard to really separate them, but here's a few of them that did catch my eye. The number 5 horse, Caveat Emptor, looks like he's really moved forward over the course of these recent races and getting that win under his belt, maybe a little bit more fitness, especially over at Kentucky Downs. He looks great out there. 3-2 right now on the number 5 horse, Caveat Emptor. Let's go over to the 9 horse, Hard Knocking, a 3-year-old gelding, by Noble Mission out of the Vicky Oliver barn. He's a runner that has been hard knocking in his recent races, and he looks well enough. He's moving up the class ranks in a big way, coming out of $30,000 claiming events to run in this allowance race here today. He's 27-1, but like the way that he looks out there for Vicky Oliver and Rafael Bejarano. The 12 horse, 7 Channels. He comes off of a run here at Keeneland recently at the beginning of the meet, where he was 4th, beaten 19 lengths, perhaps stretching it a little bit too far for him as far as distance is concerned, but he may have come on from that race because he looks fantastic. He hadn't run since July, so it's an encouraging move by Reeve McGahee to bring him back in this fashion. And here's another son of English Channel. The English Channels have been doing so well this meet at Keeneland on the turf course. And then finally, the 7 horse War Machine, who is 3-1, son of Warfront from Mount Brilliant Farm and trainer Mike Stidham. It's Tom Leach's play of the day, or angle of the day, best angle of the day. And I just ran into his trainer Mike Stidham, asked him why they gelded this runner since his last race, and he said he was just a big, heavy sort, and he really thinks that it'll make him be a better racehorse, and he's seen that result from his training in the morning. So that's a positive bit of wording from Mike Stidham, one of the top trainers that we have on this circuit, or really in multiple circuits now, as he has moved around from the Mid-Atlantic to Kentucky and parts in between. So like hearing that, why they gelded him, and he feels that they've gotten a result from it, from gelding War Machine, who is 3-1. 4 minutes to post. This is race 5 coming up here at Keeneland.
Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's fifth race, the Brownstead, start of the Pick 6 and start of the Keeneland Turf Pick 3. They are at the post. And they're off. El Ahijado and War Machine both have early speed. There's Hot Stove League moving up from the outside. Hard Knocking up close to the pace as well, joined by 7 Channels to the far outside as the field moves into the first turn. War Machine gets over to the rail, has the lead here as they head around the turn, leads it by just a length. Hot Stove League second up on the outside. El Ahijado to the inside is in third. Hard Knocking fourth between horses. 7 Channels, 3 wide off the first turn in fifth. Caveat Imptor travels a lane off the rail in the 6th position. Private Island, 7th up on the outside. Leblon back toward the rail is in 8th. Assiduously is 9th up the back stretch. Major Sparks in 10th. Arabian Prince last of the 11. 23.88 seconds for the opening quarter. Midpoint of the back stretch. War Machine leading Hot Stove League only by a half length. Then a gap of 3.5 more back to Hard Knocking third ahead. Outside of El Ahijado, who's fourth. Caveat Imptor is 5th in between horses. 7 Channels outside of that one. Starts moving up around the far turn. Still with ground to make up. 47.98 seconds for the first half mile. 7 channels, still 6 lengths from the front. War Machine is the leader. War Machine around the far turn, leading Hot Stove League a length and a half. Gap of 4 more lengths. Back to Hard Knocking in third. 7 channels in fourth. Caveat Emptor still back toward the inside in fifth. 7 lengths from the front. War Machine has the lead. Caveat Emptor to the inside. Hard Knocking to the outside. Both have work to do. Private Island down the far outside. War Machine with Caveat Emptor running after him. War Machine has the lead. Caveat Emptor 2 lengths away. Private Island to third. War Machine in front of length. Caveat Emptor, then Private Island. War Machine at the line. War Machine wins it by a neck on the line from Caveat Emptor.
What a race here between War Machine and Caveat Emptor as he comes on late from off the pace. We'll pick it up at the top of the stretch where War Machine at this point had about 3 lengths on this field. And here comes Caveat Emptor kicking it in late. He is just about 3 off the rail. And right now, the 7 maybe starting to tire a bit. The 5 able to sustain that bid. Gets very close on the wire. The 7, the 5, and I'm with Kurt Becker. It looks like the 7 right there on the mirror to take race number 5, but the photo is on the board.
Photo for the win. Hold all tickets. Unofficial results of Keeneland's 5th race in the photo. Number 7, War Machine, finished first. Number 5, Caveat Emptor, second. Number 8, Private Island, was third. Number 11, Arabian Prince, fourth. 7, 5, 8, 11, unofficial. Results of race 5 official, 7-5-8-11. The official results, Keeneland's 5th race. In the winner's circle for race 5, the Brownstead, number 7, War Machine, owned by the Mount Brilliant Farm, LLC, of Greg Goodman, trained by Michael Stidham, Tyler Gaffalione, the winning jockey. War Machine, a 3-year-old gelded son of Warfront out of I Think I Saw a Pudding Cat by Bluegrass Cat, bred in Kentucky by Mount Brilliant Farm and Ranch, LLC. 1 mile over the turf listed good, 1 minute 36.61 seconds. In the winner's circle, the Brownstead Trophy presentation to the connections of War Machine. Hurley pick 5 at Keeneland, pays on 5 of 5 with a consolation 4 of 5. 6th race on the way, main track listed fast. Race 6 will finish in the short stretch at the first wire. Double and pick 3 wagering, and also the start of the late pick 5. No changes in this 6th event. And looking ahead, no changes either in race 7. A reminder in the 8th race, scratch number 3, Pirates Punch. That's in the 8th race, scratch 3, Pirates Punch. Jockey for the 11 Busy Channel, Gerardo Corrales. 11 Busy Channel, Gerardo Corrales, the jockey. Featured 9th race, the Lexus Raven Run. Scratch the 6, Feeling Mischief, and scratch 12, Just Read It. Scratch the 6, Feeling Mischief, and scratch the 12, Just Read It. 10th and final race, scratch 2, Crown the Prince. Scratch 9, Hold the Flight. Scratch 11, Clearing Waivers. That's in the 10th and final race. Scratch 2, Crown the Prince. Scratch 9, Hold the Flight. Scratch 11, Clearing Waivers. Main track fast, turf good.
November sale is a destination event for buyers and sellers around the world.
The ambiance during the September sale was incredible.
As we move into Keeneland November, I think people will find a new experience, a new atmosphere, new optimism. Anybody who participates, buying and selling, when they participate in Keeneland, they're reinvesting in the industry. That is the mission. It allows us to build for the future, and the future is bright.
The future is bright at Keeneland November.
Race number 6 starts the late pick 5 here today at Keeneland. Still the 2 features to come, the Perryville Stakes as well as the Grade 2 Lexus Raven Run. Obviously, those part of this late pick 5. 15 minutes away from race number 6. Bo Luminary is the number 2 horse. That's where I end up here in this tough allowance race. He's got so much class, and he's run against some very tough runners. He was actually 3rd in the Grade 3 Ben Ally back in April here at Keeneland, going 1 mile and 1/8. Hopefully he can stay within reach of the early pace. I think that's going to be key, especially with it being the first wire finish. So we'll talk more about who we think the speed is going to be in just a moment. But Bo Luminary, class relief here today for me. I think he comes through, and I like the price 9-2 on the 2. Mystic Knight, he's a hard one to get past as well. He's a son of Into Mischief for Chad Brown that since breaking his maiden, he hasn't run a bad race against other than Company, winning at Aqueduct, and then those second place finishes against second level allowance types between Belmont and Saratoga. That was between May and September. That was the gap between his last 2 races. So a month and a half is basically what he comes into this race off of, which I view as a positive for him. And he's going to also be trying to sitting off the pace, sitting that same sort of stalking trip. So we'll see if 1 mile and 1/16 is something that he can handle here today with Johnny Velasquez riding for the first time for Peter Brandt and Three Chimneys Farm. And finally, the number 7 horse on the outside, Candy Tycoon. This is where I think the speed comes from. This horse will be ridden aggressively from the outside draw with Tyler Gaffalione in the saddle. That's what Norm Cassie said to us just a few races back as we had a chance to speak to him. So expect him to set the pace. If he can do that, and with the first wire finish, there's a chance he could spring this very mild upset at odds of 9-2. This is a class test for him, but he's got the proper tactics in order to win. That's how you win races here, going 1 mile and 1/16 at Keeneland. Be aggressive, get on the lead, establish that position, and go all in around the turn with that short stretch to the first wire. It's a good race coming up. Late pick 5 begins in less than 13 minutes. Good luck.
Horses are entering the track for Keeneland's sixth race, the Claiborne Farm Allowance Optional Claiming Race, for a price of $62,500. 3-year-olds and up at a mile and a 16th over the fast main track. Race will finish in the short stretch at the first wire. Double and pick 3 wagering offered here. Start of the late pick 5. No changes in race 6. Main track fast, turf good. Post time 7 minutes.
Yet another very good-looking group of runners here at Keeneland Racecourse. Simply put, there's not one that looks better than the other, and that's not saying anything negative about any of these runners. So let's take a look at a few of them. We'll start with 20 Twice, son of Honor Code. Maybe he can show a little speed away from the gate. It'll be interesting to see if they try to shake him up going away from there with Florent Drew in the saddle going into that first turn. It would be an interesting bit of tactics because I understand that he's run well from off the pace, but it's something that is so difficult to do in these mile and a 16th or mile races here at Keeneland. But he looks well enough. Keeneland graduate from 2018, a son of Honor Code out there looking great, as a lot of them do. Calumet Farm owns this 4-year-old colt. Jack Sisterson is calling the shots. Mystic Guide, he's an easy horse to look at as well. And look at this nice warm-up that he's getting under Johnny Velasquez. Maybe revving him up a little bit more. Perhaps they intend to go to the front based on the way that he's warming him up. So 4-5 right now on the board is what he sits at. Another Keeneland graduate from the September sale of 2018. They paid $500,000 for him, and that brought Peter Brandt together with Three Chimneys Farm. And then we'll move over to the number 6 horse, Bourbon Calling, for Ian Wilkes. A horse that's lacking a bit on form as of late. He's going to have to step up his game, but he's 9-2. It's been a bit of time since he was able to win. His last win was at Charlestown in the Russell Road Stakes in August of 2020, and he's in for the $62,500 tag. And then finally, we'll round it out with my best angle of the day, Bo Luminary. We'll see if he's able to sit close enough and maybe outclass this group coming out of those tough races here. Into this race, I should say, back here for the second time in his career, first time since his third in the Ben Ally. Good race coming up. Race 6, don't forget, starts the late pick 5.
Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 6th race, the Claiborne Farm. Start of the late pick 5. First wire. They are at the post. And they're off. There goes Mystic Knight. There's Bourbon Calling from the outside. Here's quarterback Dak between that pair. Quarterback Dak moves through and takes the lead heading to the first turn. Mystic Knight is there toward the inside. And then Bourbon Calling up on the outside. It moves up into the third position around the turn. A short list gets over to the rail and occupies the fourth spot. Joined there by Candy Tycoon, who's fifth alongside and now taking fourth by just a neck. Break of 3 more lengths back to 20 twice, and Bo Luminare, who moves up 1 spot from last, 24.91 seconds. The time for that first quarter. Quarterback Dak is against the rail, leading at 3/4 of a length onto the back stretch. Bourbon Calling, second by a length and a half. Candy Tycoon, third by a head. Mystic Knight, fourth to the inside of that one. Then a gap of 2 more lengths. The short list of the rail in fifth by a half length. Bo Luminare in sixth. Break of 3 more back to 20 twice, who is seventh and last. It was 49.35 seconds for the first half mile. Quarterback Dak, the leader. Quarterback Dak on top by a length at the entry to the far turn. And Bourbon Calling second, a half length. Mystic Knight looks for running room toward the inside. In third, a length and a half off the lead. In the meantime, Candy Tycoon rallies back up around the outside from fourth to third within a length of the front pair. The front pair being quarterback Dak and Bourbon Calling. They go at it, a quarter mile to go for the lead, and Candy Tycoon tries to join them in third to the top of the short stretch. Now Bo Luminare tries to get engaged in fourth, still 5 from the lead. Short list looks to the inside, and 20 twice going to swing wide from the back of the pack. Bo Luminare tries to get on track to come after Bourbon Calling, and the final furlong is wide open. Short list up the inside. Bo Luminare down the far outside, and still fighting on Bourbon Calling. Bourbon Calling, Bo Luminare. These two. Bo Luminare gets there in the final stride for Chris Landeros.
Well done to Chris Landeros, and a great call from Kurt Becker because, yeah, he did have to get back on track as he spins for home right now. He gets a little squirrely, ducks to the inside, then ducks out, and then once he straightens him out, he's got dead aim on the number 6 horse who ran a giant race here today, Bourbon Calling, but Bo Luminare bet down to 9-5 as the second choice, wins by about a head in the end.
Photo for the win. Hold all tickets. Unofficial results of Keeneland's 6th race. Number 2, Bo Luminare, finished first. Number 6, Bourbon Calling, was second. Number 5, Quarterback Dak, third. Number 4, Mystic Knight, fourth. 2654, unofficial. In the winner's circle for Keeneland's 6th race, the Claiborne Farm Julep Cup, number 2, Bo Luminare. Owned and bred in Kentucky by Linda Pavey, trained by Rodolphe Brisset, Chris Landeros, the jockey. Bo Luminare, 5-year-old gelded son of I Want Revenge, out of Belle Noel by Scrimshaw. Mile and a 16th, 1 minute 44.58 seconds over the fast main track. Results are official for Keeneland's 6th race. 2654. The official results. And in the winner's circle, the Claiborne Farm Trophy presentation to the connections of Bo Luminare. Keeneland's 7th race upcoming, the Perryville Stakes, main track listed fast. Start of the $300,000 guaranteed pick 4. No changes in race 7. Looking ahead to the 8th race, a reminder, scratch number 3, Pirate's Punch. 8th race, scratch number 3, Pirate's Punch. Jockey for the 11, Busy Channel, Gerardo Corrales. Number 11, Busy Channel, jockey, Gerardo Corrales. Featured 9th race, Lexus Raven Run. Scratch the 6, Feeling Mischief. Scratch the 12, Just Read It. Again, scratch 6, Feeling Mischief. And scratch 12, Just Read It. 10th and final race, scratch the 2, Crown the Prince. Scratch number 9, Hold the Flight. Scratch the 11, Clearing Waivers. That's in the 10th and final race. Scratch 2, Crown the Prince. Scratch 9, Hold the Flight. Scratch 11, Clearing Waivers. Main track is fast, turf good.
Race number 7, the Perryville Stakes, starts the $300,000 guaranteed late pick 4, 50-cent minimum wager. Still the Grade 2 Lexus Raven Run to come as well. So a good sequence of races to get involved in with that 50-cent late pick 4 guaranteed at $300,000. Cool Quest is my top selection. The 8, who's a big price, 10-1 right now. A frosted colt that was purchased at the Keeneland September sale of 2019 for $220,000. Took him a couple of races to really figure it out, and boy did he ever when he won his last race at Churchill Downs, winning by 8.5 lengths, stopping the clock at 108.3. The added furlong should not be an issue for this son of Frosted. I'm a little surprised, but pleased with the price that he's sitting at right now. I thought he'd be a much shorter price, given that he also comes out of a live race. The runner-up in that September 25th race at Churchill Downs, Her My Song, was a winner here yesterday at Keeneland and beat a very good allowance group at odds of 11-1 and came into that race live off of that effort. So Cool Quest, to me, it's a great price at 10-1 on a horse that's on the up-and-coming trend as far as talent and obviously moving into stakes company off of his maiden special weight score. The number 6 horse is my second selection. That is Pipeline for Chad Brown. That is the current favorite at odds of 8-5. This is a Speightstown colt owned by Mr. John Gunther and Euro West Bloodstock. He also comes off of a maiden win last time out. He did win going 7 furlongs, so he does have that in his back pocket, having successfully completed this trip. And he's another horse that in his last 2 races at Saratoga really did wake up off of those June runs at Belmont Park. So Pipeline, 8-5 for Chad Brown, Johnny Velasquez teaming up. And then finally, the one-horse Soup and Sandwich. Just not sure what to do with this colt. What version of Soup and Sandwich are we going to get today? Is sprinting going to be the new thing that we see from the son of Into Mischief? He broke his maiden going 6.5 at Gulfstream against State Bred Company. Then they stretched him out, and he's run 3 consecutive route races since that maiden sprint, and just didn't show up in the Kentucky Derby. So he looks like he's back on track based on the workouts, but the inside draw is not going to be an easy spot to win from in this Perryville Stakes. He's going to have to be lightning quick out of there or just simply much the best in order to pull off this win. He's 9-5, the clear second choice in the Perryville Stakes. Once again, late pick 4, guaranteed pool, $300,000, starts in less than 16 minutes. Make sure you get involved. A good sequence ahead of us on this wonderful Saturday card here at Keeneland.
Horses are entering the track for Keeneland's 7th race, the Perryville Stakes. 3-year-olds at 7 furlongs over the fast main track. Double and pick 3 wagering featured here, and the start of the $300,000 guaranteed pick 4. No changes in race 7, post time at 7 minutes. Now the starters for the Perryville, number 1, Soup and Sandwich, owned by the Live Oak Plantation of Charlotte Weber. The trainer is Mark Cassie, and the jockey Tyler Gaffalione. 2, Boca Boy, owned by Kenneth Fishbein, trained by Cheryl Weinbaugh, the jockey Marcelino Petroza Jr. 3, Ram, owned by Christina Baker and William Mack, the trainer D. Wayne Lucas, the jockey Rafael Bejarano. 4, He's My Honey Badger, owned by Steve Landers Racing LLC of Steve Landers, trained by Brad Cox, the jockey Florent Giroux. 5, Pickin' Time, owned by Roseland Farm Stable of John Bowers Jr., the trainer Kelly Breen, the jockey Corey Lannery. 6, Pipeline, owned by John Gunther and Euro West Bloodstock Services of Tanya Gunther, trainer Chad Brown, jockey John Velasquez. 7, Irish Unity, owned by the Clearview Stable of Bernard Cleary, trained by Steve Asmussen, jockey Ricardo Santana Jr. 8, Cool Quest, races for Susan and Jim Hill, trainer Brian Lynch, jockey Julian Leperoux. And 9, Runway Magic, owned by Bruce Lunsford and Hillendale Equine Holdings Incorporated of John Secura, trained by Tom Drury, and the jockey is Brian Hernandez Jr. The Perryville in 6 minutes.
In the middle of their warm-ups for the Perryville Stakes, race number 7 started the late pick 4, and here's a look at the 8 horse that is Cool Quest. His price has come down a bit, 10-1 when we were over in the paddock. Now he's down to 8-1, and Brian Lynch telling me that that race is something that they thought he had in him all along, that last race in which he broke his maiden so impressively by 8.5 lengths. And he said, too, that he feels that he's improved from that race. So that is a scary proposition. If he's able to run the way that he did in that most recent start and improve off of that, he's going to be a serious threat in this race and picking up a stakes win and facing winners for the first time. One other horse that I want to go towards, that's the 9 horse, Runaway Magic. He is a stunning looking son of Run Happy, owned in part by Bruce Lunsford and Hillendale Equine, bred by Mr. Lunsford and Hillendale Equine. Tom Drury has him looking very well. He comes out of a one-turn event going a mile at Churchill Downs, but love the way that he looks. He's got a good outside draw for what I would expect would be a late bit of running style from him, and he's another good price. 9-1 on the board right now, but this is not exactly a straightforward race. I can respect Pipeline, Soup and Sandwich, but I'm sticking with Cool Quest, and the price we're getting at 8-1. That's the number 8 horse for Brian Lynch and Susan and Jim Hill. Good luck. Good race coming up. 5 minutes to post as the pick 4 pool continues to grow.
Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 7th race, the Perryville. They are at the post. And they're off in the Perryville. Boca Boy, quick into stride, soup and sandwich. There to the inside, Cool Quest far outside, Irish Unity up close. Heading up the backstretch, Boca Boy gets over to the rail. Irish Unity and Cool Quest there on the far outside. Top three separated by a neck here early on. Soup and Sandwich pipeline to the outside. And followed by Runway Magic out in the center of the track, who travels along in the 6th position. Then a break of 4 more lengths back to He's My Honey Badger, who is 7th, a length and a half. It is followed by Pickin' Time in 8th. Break of 5 more lengths. Ram is last of the 9. 22.16 seconds the time for the opening quarter. Boca Boy and Cool Quest going at it for the lead. Cool Quest from the outside. Boca Boy at the rail. Pipeline is 3rd and swings up to the far outside. 3 lanes off the rail. A length off the front pair. Soup and Sandwich just inside of Irish Unity, who's there in between horses, running 3 legs from the front. Runway Magic has to go wide to the top of the stretch and is still 6 from the lead. Cool Quest has the lead coming off the far turn, and here's Pipeline moving up behind that when Boca Boy has lost ground. Irish Unity in 4th. He's My Honey Badger swings to the outside from 5th. 5 from the front. Cool Quest Pipeline 1-2. He's My Honey Badger tries to join that pair. Ram is going to run late on the grandstand side. He's My Honey Badger and Ram on the far outside trying to chase down Pipeline. Cool Quest backs up. He's My Honey Badger right alongside of Pipeline, and Ram is coming on. These 3 down to the wire. Ram is trying at the wire. Photo for the win. Either He's My Honey Badger or Ram, one of those on the head bob in the Perryville.
very tight on the wire between the 4-horse He's My Honey Badger at 6-1 and Ram, who went off at odds of 23-1. That is Cool Quest, who spins him in for home, and also Pipeline right alongside of him. Pipeline's going to pass him. Cool Quest is going to start to back down. And here you see the 4-horse coming with his late kick with Florent Giroux. That's He's My Honey Badger. And furthest on the outside, the 3-horse Ram. Pay attention to those two noses on the wire, because as Kurt mentioned, it comes down to a nose bob. It's still the inside at this point, outside, inside. Back and forth they go. Very close to call here in the Perryville Stakes.
Unofficial results of Keeneland's 7th race. 4, He's My Honey Badger, finished first. Number 3, Ram, was second. Number 6, Pipeline, third. Number 7, Irish Unity, fourth. 5, 3, 6, 7. Unofficial. Results of race 7 official 4-3-6-7. The official results for Keeneland's 7th race in the winner's circle. Number 4, He's My Honey Badger, takes the Perryville. Owned by Steve Landers Racing LLC of Steve Landers, trained by Brad Cox, jockey Florent Giroux. He's My Honey Badger, 3-year-old son of Daredevil, out of Majestic Miss by Majestic Warrior, bred in Kentucky by Richard Forbush. 7 furlongs over the fast main track, 1 minute 23.75 seconds. In the winner's circle, the trophy presentation for the Perryville to the connections of He's My Honey Badger. Tia Murphy, retiring assistant racing secretary here at Keeneland, makes the trophy presentation.
He's my honey badger fighting the kickback along with Laurent Giroux in today's Perryville Stakes. And Flo, the last time you rode him, he was on the lead. Today comes from off the pace. What was your mindset going in?
I didn't have much game plan, to be honest. I just wanted to have the horse comfortable in nice rhythm. Looked like he ran a nice race last time at Churchill, off the pace when he finished second. So that was kind of the same idea today, with bunch of speed. At least horse is a little bit quicker than him early on, and just find a nice rhythm and got the split in a turn, and he showed lots of grit and determination down the lane, and very proud of him. And Brad Cox and his team, did a great job, getting him ready today.
Do you have a sense that Rafael Bejarano and the number 3 Ram were coming to your outside?
Oh yeah, I saw him very close, almost a little bit too close, for my comfort zone, but my horse was able to hold on, and very proud of the horse, like I said.
Well done.
Thank you.
Laurent Giroux, Brad Cox, he's my honey badger best in today's Perryville.
And thank you, Scott. The time of 1 minute 23.75 seconds, a stakes record for the 7-furlong version of the Perryville. Keeneland's 8th race upcoming. Double and pick 3 wagering are featured here. This will start the last of the day's rolling pick 3s. The turf is listed good. The rail at 10 feet. A reminder, in the 8th race, scratch 3 Pirates Punch. Scratch 3 Pirates Punch. Jockey for the 11 Busy Channel, Gerardo Corrales. 11 Busy Channel, Gerardo Corrales. Looking ahead to the featured 9th race, the Lexus Raven Run. Scratch the 6 Feeling Mischief, and scratch the 12 Just Read It. That's in the featured 9th race. Scratch 6 Feeling Mischief, and scratch 12 Just Read It. 10th and final event, scratch 2 Crown the Prince. Scratch 9 Hold the Flight. Scratch 11 Clearing Waivers. 10th and final race, scratch 2 Crown the Prince. Scratch 9 Hold the Flight. Scratch 11 Clearing Waivers. Main track fast, turf good.
17 minutes away from race at number 8 here at Keeneland. Starts the late pick 3, final pick 3 of the day. A very good allowance race and of stakes quality runners here basically is what it has brought together. And there's a look at busy channel. Wesley Ward filling in for his good friend Larry Ravelli, who sends this one down from Chicago, where he has previously been campaigned here this past summer, and even also stopped over for the Grade 3 Mint Million at Kentucky Downs back at the beginning of September. But I like this horse's form. I like his style. I think a mile and 16th is the ideal scenario for him. As Gerardo Corrales, that is a rider change on the Son of English channel. He's run well in the past here at Keeneland, and he comes out of live races. He beat 2 Emmys in the Arlington Handicap back in July. 2 Emmys would come out and win the Mr. D out of that race, the Grade 1 Mr. D. We saw 2 Emmys run a big race yesterday in the Sycamore, so that form holds up, that competition holds up for him. Give him a pass on the Kentucky Downs race. Give me Busy Channel, good price, 6-1 on the Gray Son of English channel for longtime clients of Larry Ravelli, Patricia's Hope, LLC. Then let's move further to the inside to the number 5 horse, Mr. Dumas. The 5 is a 5-year-old son of Majestic Perfection, who's won here in the past, leaning on his course form. He was a winner last fall here in October, and since then he's only had a couple of races, one at Colonial in the Buckland Stakes, and then the Grade 3 ACAC. They gave it a go on the dirt course with him, which didn't quite work out. So back to turf, back to Keeneland, hoping that it works out for him as far as being able to run a strong race underneath or at 9-2. If you like him on top, it's a great price on Mr. Dumas. And then finally, the 4-horse Big Agenda, who is the fairly lukewarm 3-1 favorite because it is such an evenly matched race. Mike Maker, Tyler Gaffleone, connections we always look towards. His only run here at Keeneland was in last year's renewal of the Grade 3 Sycamore. Just couldn't hang that day. Perhaps the distance was too much, the level of competition, whatever it is. But he's come on from that race and come on from a disappointing run over the synthetic at Turfway in the Prairie Bayou run back in December. So 2 races this year, a second and a victory coming off of a win going 7 furlongs at Kentucky Downs. A 6-year-old gelding that Mike Maker has done quite well with in his allowance tries since he moved over to his barn. A good race, good wagering opportunity. Just taking a look at the tote board, some great prices on horses that figure in race number 8, 15 minutes away from post time for this 8th.
Horses are on the track for Keeneland's 8th race. The Paramount, an allowance for 3-year-olds and up at a mile and a 16th on the turf, listed good, rail at 10 feet. Scratch 3, Pirates Punch. Again, scratch number 3, Pirates Punch. Jockey for the 11, Busy Channel, Gerardo Corrales. That's the 11, Busy Channel, Gerardo Corrales, the jockey. Double and pick 3 wagering starts the last of the day's rolling pick 3s, 6 minutes to post.
We are quickly approaching post time for this 8th race, and we're taking a look right now at Mr. Dumas. Had a very good conversation with his trainer, John Ortiz, just a few moments ago, and he said that he's really gotten fit off of his last 2 races, and he's tried to do that with this horse, get him fit through his racing, and he's coming in better form, better condition than he was in his last 2 efforts, and getting back on turf obviously is a positive. John reminded me that he actually had this horse early on in his career before he moved over to the Mike Maker barn, so he is very familiar with him. He knows what it takes to get him in his best form, so we'll see if in fact that equals a victory here today. Still a good price of 9-2. Let's go out to the 12 horse. That is Big Dreaming. This is a colt that we've seen here at Keeneland in the past. It was, in fact, his first try on dirt back in October a year ago in 2020 when he was able to win that day. And they gave it a shot to see what they had because he's a colt that is by declaration of war out of Dreaming of Anna, the champion 2-year-old filly. She was very good on all surfaces. So back on grass, though, for a 3rd consecutive race. She actually won at Ellis in July and then tried a Grade 2 race last time out without Lasix. Gets Lasix back again today. He's got some talent, and he's much better than 12-1 suggests. but we'll see what Junior Alvarado is able to do here with the 12. And then let's finally move over to the number 2 horse, Beat Laban, the son of Wooten Bassett. Wooten Bassett has developed into one of the top stallions over in Ireland/Europe, and he gets Lasix for the first time. I think that's something that may be a key to this 5-year-old gelding. This is Tom Leach's long shot play of the day, 30-1 on the morning line, getting a ton of action. He was a lower price just a few moments back or when we were on the paddock side, but he's drifted up to 10-1, but he's live on the tote board. Beat Laban. Let's see how he handles the drop-in class out of the TVG Stakes, which produced In Love and Kentucky Ghost, 2 horses that we've seen run against Stakes Company here this meet at Keeneland, but he is live on the board, and that is Tom Leach's long shot pick of the day, the 2 Beat Laban. 3 minutes, less than 3 minutes to get those wagers in for race 8.
Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 8th race, the Paramount. They are at the post. And they're off. Mr. Dumas there in the opening strides. Here comes Mega City moving out toward the center of the course. Busy Channel going to try to go with that one. Mega City to the front, clears the inside traffic, gets down next to the rail. Busy Channel goes second up on the outside. Mr. Dumas slides over toward the inside in the third position. English B is in fourth. Silver in Lie is 3 wide in fifth around the first turn. And then further back comes Spectacular Gem just to the inside of Big Dreaming. Big Dreaming is going to stay outward from the rail, moves up 1 position, 8 lengths off the lead, though, heading up the backstretch. Further back, Big Agenda between horses, 10 lengths from the front here early on. Beat LeBone is alongside that one, moves out toward the center of the course. And then further back, it is Argentello, who is next to last at the midpoint of the backstretch. Hierarchy trails 23.14 for the quarter, 46.73 for the opening half mile. Mega City, the leader. Mega City on top by a length. The Busy Channel second, a length. Mr. Dumas against the rail in third. English B between horses is fourth. Silver in Lie far outside in fifth. 3 lanes off the rail onto the far turn. Silver in Lie is 5 lengths from the front. Spectacular Gem back toward the rail in the 6th position. And then further back, Big Dreaming, who's still toward the outside, and Big Dreaming looks for some running room, still 8 lengths from the lead. They turn for home. Mega City is the leader by 2 to Busy Channel in second, Mr. Dumas third, and now Mega City opens up by 3. Big Dreaming tries to get untracked up toward the outside, still in the 4th position. It is Mega City by 3 lengths. Mr. Dumas, Big Dreaming. Mega City by 2. Mr. Dumas, Big Dreaming. Mega City tough with the lead for Joe Rocco Jr. Mega City wins it. Head bobbing photo for the runner-up spot, either Big Dreaming or Mr. Dumas for second.
Mega City goes gates of wire. Nobody goes with him. He set some pretty quick fractions over this turf course, but the fact that he was clear was the difference. Busy Channel was the closest one to him for a vast majority of this race, but the gray starts to back up, and the 10 just maintains that advantage. He stays out on the front end and springs this huge upset, 24-1 for Blackout Racing Stables, Mark Farrar, Michael Tomlinson, and Joe Rocco Jr., son of City Zip, now a winner here at Keeneland.
Unofficial results of Keeneland's 8th race. Number 10, Mega City, finished first. Number 12, Big Dreaming, was second. Number 5, Mr. Dumas, was third. Number 4, Big Agenda, fourth. 10-12-5-4, unofficial. Results of Keeneland's 8th race official. 10-12-5-4, the official results. Official winner of Keeneland's 8th race, the Paramount, number 10, Mega City. Mega City, owned by Blackout Racing Stables of Kyle McGinty, owned also by Mark Farrar. The trainer, Michael Tomlinson, the jockey, Joe Rocco Jr. Mega City, 6-year-old gelded son of City Zip out of Cozy Gain by Cozine. Bred in Kentucky by Magdalene O'Brien. Mile and a 16th over the turf, listed good. 1 minute 41.6 seconds. In the winner's circle, the Paramount Trophy presentation to the connections of Mega City. Keeneland's 9th and featured race upcoming, 23rd running of the Lexus Raven Run Grade 2. Main track listed fast. Scratch the 6, Feeling Mischief, and scratch 12, Just Read It. Again, scratch 6, Feeling Mischief, and scratch 12, Just Read It. 10th and final race, scratch the 2, Crown the Prince. Scratch the 9, Hold the Flight. Scratch 11, Clearing Waivers. That's in the 10th and final race. Scratch 2, Crown the Prince. Scratch 9, Hold the Flight. And scratch 11, Clearing Waivers.
This is the big one of the afternoon, the Grade 2 Lexus Raven Run Stakes. Straight 3-year-old fillies. They'll be going 7 furlongs on the main track around one turn. And the current favorite is the number 13 to the outside, Obligatory. The second choice, though, is the filly that I'm on here in the Grade 2 Lexus Raven Run, Zan Al Arab, a filly by Warfront out of the stakes winner Delightful Joy, who's a daughter of Tappet, a brilliant pedigree, enough to where Shadwell purchased this filly for a cool $1 million back in 2019 at the Keeneland September sale, and she has definitely been a solid return on their investment, and could be even more so if she's able to pick up a Grade 2 victory here today. She broke her maiden at Belmont Park, was runner-up in her second start, but then broke through going 7 furlongs, same distance that she's running at here today, and she did that back in late August at Saratoga. They've given her a couple of months off to get ready for this Grade 2 event, as Chad Brown always targets these meets here at Keeneland Racecourse. So I'm not surprised that she's taking some play 7-2. I think a filly with a serious future ahead of her, and I think she's only going to carry on with that thought here today in picking up a Grade 2 victory, in my opinion. The number 3 horse, further to the inside, that's Super Sensational. She is very battle-tested. That's the one thing that you have to recognize when looking at this daughter of Curlin. She's run in nothing but stakes races since she broke her maiden first time out. That was 9 races ago. This is her 10th start here today. She competed against the best in the summer of her division in Saratoga, the Grade 1 test, the Grade 2 Prioress, and Ricardo Santana Jr. rode her in both of those races. Santana sticks with her, and we'll see if that battle-testedness comes through here today as she sits at 4-1. You absolutely have to respect this filly. And then I'll go to a big long shot on the inside to wrap out the top 3. Shalimar Gardens for Horatio de Paz. She's a nicely bred filly as well, daughter of Uncle Mo, out of a stakes-winning first stand, Princess Violet. She broke out with a serious performance last time out to win by 11 lengths, going gate to wire. She didn't have to go all that fast. I mean, she controlled that race pretty comfortably. But the fact that they come out of that maiden race and point towards this Grade 2 Lexus Raven Run, trusting the connections. We'll see if she can back it up from this inside draw. That is one negative working against her. But Rafael Bejarano almost sprung a massive upset back in the Perryville with Ram, so he certainly is capable of pulling off a brilliant ride, which will be needed for her to win at 30+1, which we would expect to see her go off at post time. 14 minutes away from the Saturday feature, it's the Grade 2 Lexus Raven Run.
At Keeneland, the condition of the turf course is now firm. Again, at Keeneland, the condition of the turf course is now firm. Horses are entering the track for Keeneland's 9th and featured race, 23rd running of the Lexus Raven Run Grade 2. Stakes for 3-year-old fillies at 7 furlongs over the fast main track. Starts the last of the day's rolling doubles. Scratch the 6, Feeling Mischief. Scratch the 12, Just Read It. Post time at 6 minutes. The main track is fast. Late double players, a reminder for race 10. The turf course is now listed firm. Let's meet the starters for the Lexus Raven Run. Number 1, Shalimar Gardens, owned by Barry Schwartz. The trainer is Horacio De Paz. The jockey is Rafael Bejarano. 2, Joy's Rocket, owned by Team Hanley of Jay Hanley, owned also by Parkland Thoroughbreds of Steve Weston, trained by Steve Asmus and the jockey Julian Leperoux. 3, Super Sensational, owned by the Live Oak Plantation of Charlotte Weber, the trainer Mark Cassie, the jockey Ricardo Santana Jr. 4, Minute Waltz, owned by Rigney Racing LLC of Richard Rigney, the trainer Philip Bauer, the jockey Martin Garcia. 5, Strong Silent, owned by the West Point Thoroughbreds LLC of Terry Finley, trained by Dale Romans, jockey Corey Lannery. 6 is Scratched. 7 is Scylla, owned by Dale Ladner, trained by Brett Brinkman, jockey Tyler Gaffleone. 8, Caramel Swirl, owned by Godolphin LLC of Mohammed Al Maktoum and others, trained by Bill Mott, jockey Junior Alvarado. 9, Zane Al Arab, owned by the Shadwell stable of Rick Nichols, the trainer Chad Brown, the jockey John Velasquez. 10, Someone Said So, owned by Tim Rosen, Blue Breeze Racing LLC of Joe Nolan, owned also by Mark Kane. Trainer Cody Rosen, jockey Adam Beschitza. 11, Miss Speedy, owned by Gary Barber, owned also by Ryan Shane Kerbell and Barry Kerbell, trained by Mark Cassie, the jockey Brian Hernandez Jr. Number 12 is scratched. 13, Obligatory, races for Juddmont of Fahad bin Khalid. The trainer Bill Mott, jockey Florent Giroux. Post time in less than 5 minutes.
Four minutes away from the featured Grade 2 Lexus Raven Run. We're looking at Scylla, the number 7 horse. She was here last spring, and she was a massive price in the Beaumont, 62-1. That's not the case today in the Lexus Raven Run. She's right now 8-1 on the tote board, and she's coming in off of 3 consecutive victories, including a Grade 2 win in the Prior S Stakes at Saratoga. Brett Brinkman, her trainer, telling me that she has just gotten this good on her own. The other positive aspect of speaking to Brett Brinkman is he says that she's really gotten good and used to traveling. She's a very well-traveled filly. She's run at Evangeline, Monmouth Park, Saratoga, shifting from state to state to state. So she's gotten used to it. Said she's done very well here, and she's really appreciated the hospitality at Keeneland. He and this filly have appreciated the hospitality here at Keeneland. So we shall see if she can keep this rolling here today at odds of 8-1. Scylla looking for arguably the biggest win in her young racing career. Let's go over to Zain Al Arab, the number 9 horse. She's a beautiful filly. You can see why, once you get a chance to see her, as she's back behind Harley, why they paid $1 million for her as a yearling. So she's live on the tote board at 7-2 right now. And there's a good heads-up look at her, and there's a good look at Zain Al Arab for Shadwell Stables. They've had quite the season, Shadwell has, overseas and here in the United States, thanks to fillies such as Malathat. So we'll see if Zain Al Arab can continue that role for the Shadwell stable. Obligatory is the 13. She's 5-2 for Juddmont on the cutback and distance. They'll be trying to rally from off the pace. That's what Florent Giroux did earlier with He's My Honey Badger in the Perryville Stakes. He'll be full of dirt, there's no question, and this filly will as well because she'll be out sprinted early, but she'll look to close into what should be a quick pace in this Grade 2 Lexus Raven Run. We're getting very close to post time, less than 2 minutes.
Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 9th and featured race, 23rd running of the Lexus Raven Run, Grade 2. They are at the post. And they're off in the Lexus Raven Run. Scylla broke alertly. So did Strong Silent. Then Miss Speedy up on the outside. Strong Silent now goes to the lead. Joy's Rocket going to be there to the inside. Scylla there toward the outside. Miss Speedy close up now taking third. And then Someone Said So, center of the track, goes to fourth. Joy's Rocket is now in fifth. Caramel Swirl is sixth. Minute Waltz seventh between horses. Zayn Alarab is eighth. Had to check there on the backstretch. Did Zayn Alarab. Lost a couple of lengths on that move up the backstretch. In the meantime, Shalimar Gardens moved by 2 positions up the rail, up within 5 lengths of the lead, but needs more running room from there. They head to the far turn. Super Sensational and then Obligatory, who is at the back. 22.66 seconds the time for the opening quarter. Strong Silent, Scylla between horses, Miss Speedy on the far outside. They are the top 3, separated by a half length. Someone Said So is wide around the turn in fourth. Joy's Rocket down to the inside in the 5th position. Minute Waltz is 6th between horses. Caramel Swirl looks toward the outside 7th. Shalimar Gardens back toward the inside 8th. Super Sensational, Obligatory, and Zayn Alarab all far back coming into the stretch. Here's Miss Speedy chasing after Scylla, and then Joy's Rocket to the outside, and Caramel Swirl down the far outside. Super Sensational 7 lengths away. Scylla, Caramel Swirl on the outside. Joy's Rocket between that pair. Joy's Rocket with the head in front, 16th pole. Caramel Swirl is still trying on the outside. Joy's Rocket, Caramel Swirl, driving finish, head bobbing photo for the win of the Lexus Raven Run. Either Caramel Swirl or Joy's Rocket, 1 minute 23.42 seconds.
What a battle between these two fillies in the Grade 2 Lexus Raven Run on the outside, and the Godolphin Blue is Caramel Swirl with Junior Alvarado in the saddle, and then you've got Joy's Rocket, who's down on the inside battling it out under Julian Leperoux. Both of these fillies are at their best when they are here at Keeneland. Just look at those past performances, and Caramel Swirl, she still has some work to do at this stage of the race. Joy's Rocket has about a nose in front of her, but there appeared to be a late surge from Junior Alvarado and Caramel Swirl, bobbing back and forth right to the wire. That's close, but to me, looks like the outside and Caramel Swirl.
Unofficial results of Keeneland's featured ninth. Number 8, Caramel Swirl in the photo finished first. Number 2, Joy's Rocket was second. Number 7, Scylla was third. Number 1, Shalimar Gardens fourth, 8271, unofficial. Results of Keeneland's featured ninth race official. 8-2-7-1, the official results. Official winner of Keeneland's featured ninth race, 23rd running of the Lexus Raven Run Grade 2, number 8 Caramel Swirl, owned by Godolphin LLC of Mohammed Al Maktoum and others, trained by Bill Mott, the jockey Junior Alvarado. Caramel Swirl, a 3-year-old filly by Union Rags out of Caramel Snap by Smart Strike, bred in Kentucky by Godolphin. Time for the 7 furlongs, 1 minute, 23.42 seconds. Presenting the trophy for the featured Lexus Raven Run, Mr. Blake Carlson, General Manager, Lexus of Lexington. He presents to the connections of Caramel Swirl. At this time, we congratulate Sheikh Mohammed Al Maktoum's Godolphin, whose win with Caramel Swirl in today's Lexus Raven Run marks Godolphin's 8th graded stakes victory at Keeneland. In honor of this historic milestone, Godolphin receives a Keeneland tray, part of Keeneland's signature milestone trophy program. Congratulations to Godolphin.
Caramel Swirl was fantastic yet again here at Keeneland as she takes the Grade 2 Lexus Raven Run. Godolphin's Jimmy Bell and Junior Alvarado, the man that gets so much out of this filly. How do you do it? How is she so good when she's here at Keeneland?
You know, she's just very honest. You know, she's a very class filly. You know, she does everything you need to do in the race. You know, today we were in like a little tough spot in the backside, you know, and I just needed to get a little bit out of that spot because I wasn't really comfortable there, and then she helped me to get out of there. Then at the same time, you know, when I decided to pick it up a little to stay kind of in contention, you know, she was there for me. And like I said, I mean, she just really made my job easier.
How was the battle late with the filly to your inside?
Yeah, no, it was a quiet battle. You know, they both get great fillies. You know, none of them wanted to really lose that race. They both were digging down to the wire.
Well done, Junior. Jimmy, Godolphin, 8 graded stakes wins, comes with this filly. We'll start with her. What were your expectations coming into today's race?
Well, it was a little tougher when she won by 10 breaking her maiden here, that was for sure. But obviously, with the step up in company and class, Junior gave her a super ride. She showed that true determination and grit and heart down the lane. Made it interesting, but happy to be here in the winner's circle.
Keeneland has been such a focus for Godolphin and Sheikh Mohammed's operation for many a years. To pick up the tray for Godolphin in honor of Sheikh Mohammed in the 8 graded stakes wins, and for you to be handed it to by your son Gatewood, what was that moment like, and what will you remember about this?
Well, everything about it's special. Keeneland special, obviously Sheikh Mohammed and Godolphin very, very special, and seeing your Gatewood over here, haven't seen him a lot of other places. It's very, very, very special. It's kind of lost for words, but very happy also that so many of our folks from the farm could be over here that had such a hand in raising these horses. And this being another homebred is just very special for the operation, and just very happy to be on the receiving end of things.
Well deserved, well earned, and congratulations to you and Sheikh Mohammed and all of Godolphin.
Thank you so much. We're very appreciative. Thank you.
Carmel Swirl was fantastic today for Godolphin in the Grade 2 Lexus Raven Run.
Thank you, Scott. Keeneland's 10th and final race upcoming. The turf is listed firm. Rail at 10 feet. Scratch the 2, crown the prince. Scratch the 9, hold the flight. And scratch 11, clearing waivers. No carryover for the Toyota Super High 5.
This is the 10th and final for this Saturday card here at Keeneland Racecourse, and we'll wrap things up with a first-level allowance race for 3-year-olds and up, going a mile on the now firm-listed turf course. In case you didn't miss that, the turf course has been upgraded to firm for this 10th and final. We're taking right now a look at Ginsburn, who is 3-1 in the wagering, and that's a short enough price to make him the favorite in this race. This is a lightly raced son of Noble Mission for Ashbrook Farm, purchased at the Keeneland sale of 2019 back in September of that year for $110,000. Debuted, wasn't that effective at a huge price, but boy did he grow up when he moved over to Kentucky and raced at Ellis. And on that afternoon, he was a winner by a length and a quarter. And Rusty Arnold thought enough of him to take him to the Grade 1 Bruce D Stakes at Arlington Park on August 14th. And that's not a typical Rusty Arnold move. They're far more conservative, using the allowance conditions. And he ran very well. And he was beaten by a very good Eddie Keneally runner who took that Grade 1 race. Obviously, Grade 1 at the highest level of competition. But Ginsburn, not surprised that he is the favorite at 3-1. Look for him to appreciate this drop down in competition today. There's Healing, Tyler Gaffleone, trainer Mike Maker, back in against Allowance Company. They tried it last time out at Kentucky Downs. He ran a solid third in that big money race worth $145,000, because prior to that he was running for 30 and was a winner at Fairgrounds. But you've got to just trust these connections and going in this direction. And obviously having leading rider Tyler Gaffleone in the saddle is going to sway a lot of opinions. 9-2 right now on the 4-horse Healing. Then go to the number 3 horse, that's El Socio for Tom Amos in the Reeves Thoroughbred Racing, a colt by Bodemeister, who comes out of a dirt try all the way back in September. It's been about a month and a half since we've seen him, and I think his dirt and turf tries as of late, going 2 turns, have been good. And getting back out to 2 turns, I think, is going to be the key. He had a tough break in that last race, the Bears Den. So back to 2 turns. I think he's got an upset look in here at odds of 14-1. Good way to close things out. Less than 12 minutes away from the 10th and final here today at Keeneland.
Horses are entering the track for Keeneland's 10th and final race. The Crestwood Allowance, 3-year-olds and up at a mile on the turf, now listed firm. Rail at 10 feet. No carryover for the Toyota Super High 5. Scratch 2, Crown the Prince. Scratch 9, Hold the Flight. And scratch 11, Clearing Waivers. Post time, 6 minutes.
Very evenly matched group out on the track as we're 5 minutes away from the 10th and final. Don't forget Toyota Super High 5 wager available here in the nightcap. There's Santin for Godolphin as they look to close out the card with a double. This is a colt by Distorted Humor out of their stakes-winning First Dam Centenario Italia. Winner on debut at Indiana Grand at 5-1. And heading up there because, let's face it, there's no turf racing right now at Churchill with that renovation. So that's why they headed up to Indiana Grand. And we'll see if this colt can respond with another top performance. Adam Beschizza was aboard him on that afternoon. No reason to think that he can't replicate that same run and allow it or it to be as effective here today as he faces winners for the first time. Let's go to the 7-horse Wing Commander. I liked him from a physical perspective. Son of Get Stormy, who comes off of a try here at Keeneland back at the beginning of the meeting. Now, it was 5th, well beaten that day in a 1 1/8 race, and he was up close to the pace, which was pretty quick. So back out to a mile here today. We'll see what they opt to do with him, but he's got some good races in the past. He's now with Shug McGahee. I wouldn't be surprised if he's able to outrun his odds of 10-1. And I'd say the same about the 12 Nice Ace for Tim Girton. He brings this gelding down from Presque Isle in Erie, Pennsylvania. And as we take a look at him, they're just readjusting the tack. Looks like the saddle may have slipped back a little bit. So Ricardo Santana Jr. getting some help with the assistant starters, and they're moving that tack forward so he has better control, better footing with the number 12. But Nice Ace, I think, has a big look in here at a price in the fact that they ship down here. He could set the pace in this race. He's got a lot of speed, so watch for him from the outside for these connections coming from Presque Isle Downs. 3 minutes to post. It's race 10, the nightcap.
Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 10th and final race, the Crestwood. They are at the post, and they are off. There goes El Socio. El Socio for the lead. Nice ace kicks in from the outside, and Wing Commander is away fast between horses as well. El Socio to the inside has the lead. Wing Commander goes second between horses. Nice ace. Third up on the far outside, Pine Knoll stays outward from the rail in fourth. Loses one spot as Ginsburn moves by to the inside against the rail, saving ground around the turn. Goes to fourth, now up to challenge for third. 2 lengths of the lead goes Ginsburn. Then a break of 3 more lengths back to Pine Knoll. Settles toward the center of the pack, racing in the 5th position. Then a gap of 2 more lengths back to Ricochet in 6th. Santine is in the 7th spot. Healing is 8th, and then a gap of 6 more back of that one to Nathan Detroit in 9th. It was 23.53 seconds for the opening quarter. El Socio, the leader. El Socio leads at 3/4 of a length. Wing Commander second ahead. Nice ace third up on the outside. Ginsburn is 4th against the rail. Pine Knoll between horses and Ricochet there to the far outside. 47.27 seconds the time for the opening half mile. Further back, Santine, Healing, and Nathan Detroit. Midway on the final turn, El Socio the leader by a length. Nice ace in the 2nd position. And now Pine Knoll and Ricochet moving as a team toward the far outside. 5 lengths off the lead, though. El Socio the leader into the stretch. The lead is 3. Pine Knoll taking aim. Ricochet, then Santine on the far outside in the final furlong. El Socio the leader. Santine on the far outside. Pine Knoll between horses. Here's Santine gobbling up ground and moving forward. 4th to 3rd to 2nd to a narrow lead and deep stretch. Santine Santine, Adam Beschitza rally for the victory. Pine Knoll second. And then it was Ricochet, followed by El Socio.
Santine giving Godolphin the late daily double here on this Saturday card at Keeneland. Right now, we pick it up at the top of the stretch. He's sitting about sixth, and he's got a clear amount of space to work with out in the center of the course where he's at, and he runs back to the exact same side of style that we saw from him on debut at Indiana Grand. Well-bred son of distorted humor for mistakes-winning first dam Godolphin, again closing out the card with 2 victories in the final 2 races, and this one doing it with ease. Santine with Adam Beschitza for trainer Brendan Walsh takes the nightcap.
Unofficial results of Keeneland's 10th race. Number 6, Santine, was first. Number 10, Pine Knoll, was second. Number 8, Ricochet, third. Number 3, El Socio, fourth. Number 5, Ginsburn, was fifth. 6:10, 8:35, unofficial. In the winner's circle for Keeneland's 10th and final race, the Crestwood. Number 6, Santine. Godolphin goes back-to-back to close the card as both owner and breeder. Santine, owned by Godolphin LLC of Mohammed Al Maktoum and others, trained by Brendan Walsh. Adam Beschitza, the winning jockey. Santine, a 3-year-old son of distorted humor, out of Cenciero, Italia, by Medaglia d'Oro. The winner bred in Kentucky by Godolphin. 1 minute 35.93 seconds for the 1 mile over the turf-listed firm. Results official for race 10. 6:10, 8:35 official. Now the trophy presentation in the winner's circle, the Crestwood Trophy, presented to the Connections of Santee. At Keeneland, no perfect tickets in the Pick 6 today. Consolation 5 of 6 pays $1,519. There is a carryover of $41,013. Late Pick 5 pays on 5 of 5 with a consolation 4 of 5, and there will be a carryover for the Toyota Super High 5, $9,471. The second floor grandstand, including the sports bar and the mezzanine bar, will remain open for simulcasting for another 30 minutes. You may advance wager any races scheduled to occur after that time. Live racing resumes here tomorrow, 1:05 p.m. Eastern. $3 Turf Pick 3 today, by the way, $2,155.80. We thank you for being with us. For now, on behalf of Keeneland and for Lexus, thank you and good evening.